Hello. If I did almost forget to unmute. Hello, everyone. Hello, chat. How's everyone doing? Oh God. What do we do on chatting streams? I mean, we could watch something later on as well. Hey, Tomo. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Spider. Hi, Dan. Mm. How you doing? Mm. Oh wait, there's no music. It's probably so eerie. Let's see. Let's put something on. Hmm. How's everyone doing? Mm-hmm. And alright, played some dinner to cook, watched anime. I also watched anime. I watched fuck, what's the name? What's it? I'll get it. Oh, okay. Life lesson with Omerichi san Onisan. It's very funny. It's there's like those adults in the anime, right? As you would expect, and they're playing characters, and they interact with kids all the time. They have like a TV show, and it's for kids or whatever, and they um they're pretty much all dead inside. Like nothing goes the way they want it to. Mm. Oh, they are so mean. It sounds cool. Yeah, I mean, there's some story happening. You know, we get to um, fuck, get to know the characters better. Is what I'm trying to say. Um, and also there's some storylines happening, but mostly it's just you realize how dead inside you get when you grow older. Oh, hello, hello, welcome. Hello, welcome to my TED Talk. I hope you're doing great. I have so many like things to talk about, but I don't know where to start, to be honest. Can I ask something? No, of course. Interesting. Anyways, while you type your question, was that what does shotgun shells mean? I have no clue, to be honest. Um, that's a very specific question. I mean, you can Google it if you want to know so bad. You know, we have the internet for a reason. Well, not for a reason, but we have a lot of accessible information now. It's a very random question, yeah. It's fine. It's fine. Though I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer. Mm-hmm. Um. Okay. Well, let's see. What do I want to talk about? I wanted to talk about. Um. Good morning, Tom and Chan. How are you all? Hello, hello, Emerald. Good morning. I'm doing fine. I hope chat is doing fine as well. Just don't ask. Huh? Wait, what do you mean just don't ask? Anyways. Let's see, wait, let me actually do some magic. Do it really good. Yippee! Scuff. Okay. I need to replace my mic too. Why is this so hard? Hello. Can you hear me now? Okay. Topics. Oh, this is hard. I was just I woke up a few hours ago, as you do, because I ended up going to sleep at like 10 a.m. Why are you laughing? Why not? I can hear you. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So I had a very interesting conversation with someone regarding a tweet I made. And that kept me up a while. And so I ended up going to bed at 10 and waking up here and there, but I woke up at like 5-ish, 5.5. And then wait, sorry, I'm reading chat. Hello again, I guess. Can you draw a pic? I can draw, but this is not a drawing stream right now. But yeah, I was not just, walking around getting ready, eating foods, and then I was wondering about like, oh, what game should I play in the future, right? And stuff like that. And then I was thinking about VR chat, because a lot of people know I play VR chat a lot, or used to at least. And I really want to get into it back, right? But it's so difficult in a way, because I'm not sure why. It just is. I guess VR chat has changed a lot throughout the years. I joined around 2020 when the pandemic happened, and a lot of people started to use the game. And back then it was much easier to make friends. There were a lot less people, and I'm pretty sure the Quest 2 wasn't a thing still. So there was a lot less children running around on VR chat, and it made making friends much easier. I really do miss those days. And it's something I have. Sure. What do you have? I have a Russian revolver. Good for you. I have no way of reacting to that besides saying congratulations. But yeah, I miss VR chat. I miss the old VR chat. I miss a lot of friends I met on VR chat. But oh well. It happens. Sometimes you make friends online and you hang for like a few weeks. And then after that, just life gets in the way. Work, no work. Or you just, people just don't have the social batteries, and then just connections unconnect, I guess. Yeah, life stuff happens. I missed it too. I haven't played in like a month. Yeah. It's just VR chat they're making a lot of weird choices, and I'm it's hard to say to, you know, that you're happy with some of the choices they make. I was watching a video about VR chat creators, right? And some of them are um very old creators, right? They're like from 2019-ish, some are older, some are much like younger, I guess. I mean, like the times they joined. Um and sorry, I got my line of thought. And they were talking about VRChat and where it's headed now. And for those who don't know, VRChat has now recently announced their like creator points or whatever. And it's pretty much you buy Robux or V-Bucks in VRChat, in the VRChat version, I guess. And then um and then you will pay creators for, I don't know, saving your game if it's a game world, or unlocking a specific room if you don't want to become a member on Patreon, because that's how usually you get a VIP access. Oh, and then game, yeah, and then game currency. This comes right after they, like, for around I think 2 years or so, they have been running the VR Chat Plus, and that gives you an option to save much more avatars. It gives you the option to have little icons and other like cute little customizable stuff, kind of like Nitro. Um, which that also caused a lot of controversy because um they nuked um the all the modded clients, and everyone who was helping or supporting modded stuff would get banned. Okay, wait one sec. Let me just do something. Like this, like this. One sec. I know I lost my track of thought, but let me just like this. So yeah, back to VR chat. We got the VR chat plus, and then later on, okay, so the VR chat plus thing. I was around VR chat when mods were thriving a lot, and mods allowed you to do a lot of stuff. You could have searched a keyword in the, you know, the search engine, and then it would drop all the avatars that have the same keyword, and it would make a lot of interesting like interactions because people could change an avatar on a whim. And then, like, you know, if there's a meme and we're talking about SpongeBob and then somebody changes into a cursed SpongeBob, of course it's funny. So they took that away, and mods allowed a lot of accessibility, a lot of interesting stuff to be done. So the community was very heartbroken when the mods were officially banned and taken down. A lot of the people who created mods were having their accounts terminated, banned, or deleted. Um, and then easy mode was put into VR chat. Easy cheat, I mean. So it kind of nuked VR chat reputation a lot. They got a lot of bad reviews on Steam. A lot of people who loved the game ended up leaving because they just had no choice. Because it felt more of a greedy decision of like, you know, game creators who wanted more money rather than for the community, which I understand. And so that happened, and now they're announcing the currency thing. But when I was watching the video about the VR chat creators, I realized that well, not I didn't realize. I listened to the part about them discussing the VR chat points, and a lot of them were concerned because, so if you don't know VRChat, um, we there's a system that there's Android, which is Quest, and then there's PC. And PC avatars are much more popular because, well, a lot of people use PC, and and a lot of people use PC because it allows you to have more polygons, more toggles, more animations, and make your avatar look prettier. And a lot of people who use Quest or Android version really hate it because it looks crap. But the main concerns of the creators was that they're not going to be asked to be on the program, or the avatars you can buy in game, because they're not Quest compatible. So there's a huge chance that when they do launch the creator side of it, like avatar purchasing, a lot of the avatars will be really bad. So that's sad, because it's just something that a lot of, I guess, people really want, is to be able to support creators, but they don't want to go through the loop of going to a different site, which I understand. Hmm. But it's sad to know that VRChat is, in a way, it's crumbling from the inside. I mean, there's so many kids there now. It's unbelievable. Meta is pushing their VR to be the new Android. Yeah, but it has nothing to do with Meta. And VRChat and Meta are not connected. They're trying to create their own, like, whatever reality, but VRChat is no way connected to Facebook or Meta or Mark Zuckerberg. Lizard Man. It's just a matter of greed and realizing that kids sell as much as, I mean, I know it sounds horrible, but if a child is gonna ask for a quest, they're gonna get a quest because the parents don't want a parent, and then, well, it all goes to shit then. And that's sad. So, in the end of the day, VRChat is gonna lose the majority of the people who are willing to pay, and is intoxicating its own community by allowing kids in. Because I'm not talking about maybe innocent kids or whatever. I'm talking about kids that constantly go and harass people who are just trying to chill. Say slurs all the time, and just in general behaving in a really disgusting way. It's very sad to know also that they have no parents that, take control over the situation. Because at some point you gotta realize that, hey, maybe I am the wrong guy. Maybe I am the reason maybe people don't want to talk to me. I have the dog with me now. My bad. If you hear weird noises, you underestimate monies. Also, he became human after MMA arc. Oh, yeah, kids or something just being jerks. No, I hate spider. I don't know how much you know about the whole VR chat thing or whatever, but adults are your money, not kids. Kids will not go to their parents asking for VR chat plus. The adults in the game would be paying, because in the end of the day, VR chat is a social network, and a lot of people are able to make it their career. Avatar creators, world creators, event creators, um dancers. There's a lot of things you can do on VR chat to make a living out of if you do it smart, of course. So, if your sole thing is to intoxicate your community and get rid of all of the things that bring you income, you know, the dancers, the NSFW stuff, the world creators, the avatar creators. You don't care about the community, you care about the money. That's the only message you're sending here. Ratchet is literally only one community that stick to unity and follow the after build as they want kids because they want to become normal. They don't want to become Roblox. They want kids because money. Actually, I don't know why they would want kids. It's one of the stupidest, probably aspirations to have. There's no need for VR chat to be a kid-friendly thing because kids are not friendly at all. All the 13-year-olds that get onto VR chat are toxic, and the only thing they do is use slurs. So, what's the point? I mean, Roblox is not bad. We've been playing Roblox in the server for a while now, and there's a lot of really interesting games. I also found some horror ones that I want to play with people. But it's this kind of mindset that you have of games that are advertised for children are bad. Because Roblox, yes, it has children, and it's the meme of let's make fun of the children in Roblox. But it's a pretty neat idea. I mean, it gives the creators their own way to create worlds and games, and it also gives the creators of Roblox the money because in some way you will buy Roblox because you want to customize your avatar or you want to buy points in a game. It's a much more smarter way of approaching it, I guess. And it's not necessarily catering to young audience because a lot of the people who do play are late teens or young adults, loving from child labor and illegal underage. Because this is what the VR. Okay. It is an interesting and odd at the same time. It seems some companies want to make stuff kid friendly to sell more game, when most kids are frankly more inappropriate sometimes. Yeah, it's it's very bad on VRChat right now. If you would make a public world or go into a public world, um, you would either get extremely creeps, like people are very creepy, as a someone who presents as a woman and sounds like one. I either first of all because my voice is not traditionally woman like, I guess. Some people either call me a man or claim I'm using auto what is it called? Voice mod? Which I don't. But I mean, when you're just kind of trying to make friends and someone says that to you, you're not happy. Um and a lot of them would come and try to like straight up harass you, asking for sexual favors and whatever. If you sound like a man or gay, your voice sounds normal to me. Yeah, but a lot of the incels on VR chat think that a woman should be like high voice, I'll kick it, whatever. A lot of the people on the VTuber sphere as well have a hard time realizing that women can have normal voices and not very high and peachy. That's something I also noticed. But so after you get the insults on VR chat, the ones that go ahead and just straight up try to sexually abuse you or harass you, I guess. Um there's the the kids that either join in and try to um also sexually harass you, or immediately start calling you slurs, or just do whatever the fellow men around you do. And it's sad. It's very sad. I've gotten to the point where the second I hear a child, I block. And if like I give them a chance or something and they become mean, I just become mean back. I've given up. I used to be very nice to little kids and help them or whatever. And I do, they seem nice now, but I'm much more skeptical. The kids, yep. The kids. No chance. Anyways, maybe different than usual, but it's female. Those are not anime lollies, yep. It's ugh, VRChat is it's very rare right now nowadays to meet normal people. The only times I managed to connect with people was in drinking worlds, because you traditionally most there are adults. I had instances when there were children trying to pretend to be adults. Of course, the group caught up to it and we kicked them out. Or one incident that shocked me even more was that there were like two children running around asking for people to join them in the drinking games, and then an adult came in and was like, "Oh yeah, they're with me. We want you to join our game or whatever." And I was like, "In no fucking way." What? in in what mind do you think that's fine? Um, you're not only an adult that is enabling children to drink. You're also in the mindset of, oh, those other adults are probably gonna be completely fine with me enabling child drinking. Like, man, shut the fuck up. I also I had a few instances of people trying to groom children, which is also why I should not think VR chat is gonna, like, I shouldn't think oh my god. I don't think VR chat should allow children, at least maybe if we want children then 16 and up, because I've seen a few instances of someone who is maybe 21 or something going after a 15-year-old, and someone who states that they are underage and talks with an of age person, and then the of age person still continues to flirt, continues to like get them drunk or stuff like that. Mm-mm. Big no. Yeah, people get children into rooms. It's not okay. So the creators themselves. I know we're not talking about the creator, but the creator themselves made all the kind of warnings like, oh, kids, don't go here. It's not good for you. Um, and it's also the fact that there's almost no consequence for going when you're underage and you're going into 18 plus worlds. I mean, yeah, if it's a private world, you're probably gonna get banned. If it's an event that is organized by a rave, for example, that is organized by a group, you're gonna get banned, you're gonna get blacklisted, yes. But VRChat themselves, they don't do nothing about it. Um and a lot of creators are very concerned because there is a lot of 18 plus things in VRChat. Let's be real, it's a virtual reality that allows full body tracking and very attractive avatars. So naturally, a lot of sexual stuff will happen. There's strip clubs in VRChat. There's events that include stripping and stuff like that. And if a kid will decide to be a mute in VRChat is someone who doesn't talk. Usually they either use sign language, their body language, or just the text box. But they can pretend to be of age, and that's bad. I was a part of an old group chat, and we thought someone there was of age because she was drinking with us. She was going into raves with us, and the group itself, like before I joined, they would ask me what my age is, and of course I said my honest age. But later on, after some, two people, including like this girl and another person, hooked up and did some stuff, and only after that she told the group her real age, and shit hit the fan because the person who hooked up with them felt extreme guilt. They didn't know what they were doing and with who, because everyone was under the impression that she was of age, and it's just a whole ass messed up situation. They don't like kids to enter, they'll probably just try harder to get in. That is not the world creator's problem. If you are a child and you're actively trying to get into 18 plus spaces, you first of all should not be allowed on the internet, and second of all, you should definitely seek help. It's not normal, and it's not acceptable as well. You're not only putting yourself in danger, you're putting adults in danger. And maybe your parents should fucking do better, because that's just a disgrace. Honestly, no respect for that. It's so frustrating because they're a child and they don't realize that their actions have consequences. And even I was drinking on VR chat when I was like 16, but it would be like with the approval of my parents, because they're the ones who got me the alcohol. And I would not go into the drinking world, I would just hang with my friends. It would be just our group that we all know that, hey, we're like, shouldn't be going over the limit, and we would not bring any adults into it because, well, we don't want to get them fucked up. So it was a whole situation, a whole other thing. I was drinking responsibly back then, which is a surprise. Because nowadays, I am of age, I'm allowed to drink, I am allowed to buy my own alcohol, and I do. And when I do drink on VR chat, I just test my limits sometimes, but most of the time I'm fine. But I hate the idea that if I want to go into a public world, I will either get full-on people who display their support for the Nazis, because I saw someone who had in their name of VR chat a swastika. I hate the fact that I would get hit on without wanting to. Like, I was in a public world once and I was muted, right? And then someone started talking to me, so of course I unmuted and talked to them. And then another dude from completely the different side of the world heard, oh my god, a female, and was like, what's up? And of course I was extremely uncomfortable. Like, at some point I kind of ran off because he said something very inappropriate, and the person I was talking to and his friend were like, hey yo dude, you should probably back off. Who wouldn't hit on you? You're such a shut up, MP. But yeah, a lot of uncomfortable incidences. That's why I mostly prefer to drink in closed circles on VR chat specifically, but it's very hard when you have a small group of people and you're like, so what do we do now? Yeah, you can drink me. And it was so I think on the Russian or the Asian people. No, it was straight up a swastika. They also had the Soviet Union kind of flag thing with the hammer and the moon. So yeah, I think I reported them, but I was just like, man. And I also, ever since the start of the war in Israel, I have been displaying, my support and the fact that I'm from Israel much more. And VR chat, a new feature that happened like a year or two ago, was groups. And I joined an Israeli group and put their banner, which was the Israeli flag, as my banner. And oh my god, I would be just chilling with my friends in the public worlds because some of my friends enjoy it, and random dudes would come and like scream at me or be like free Palestine, blah blah blah. And then when I would bite back, they would say that I'm the aggressor and that I started it. And I don't take no shit from anyone who throws it at me. If you're mean to me, I'm not gonna be nice to you at all. Of course, I'm gonna first try to de-escalate the situation and there was a misunderstanding. But if you literally come to me and start saying shit, and then you have nothing to offer, nothing, no facts or nothing to back you up, you're gonna get shit. And it happens a few times. I think now I don't have it displayed because I tend to change my study a lot. Even my icon on VR chat changes from time to time, just because I either change an avatar or I just want to change the aesthetic sometimes. But I try to, from time to time, still keep it as the Israeli flag, as a big fuck you. Because in a way I'm hiding, especially right now in this situation, people want me to hide, and I'm good of standing up to myself. Yeah, people would just harass us. People still do that, which sucks. Yeah, but you gotta grow tough skin and bring your middle finger up to them, because nobody else will do them, apparently. No one else will do that. God, I had so many stories actually in VR chat. Someone who started as underage and became, of age now. It's quite interesting. But oh well. The game changed drastically. There's a lot of weird people there. I really hate when people bring up those topics for no reason. Yeah. I mean, I see a lot of people with the Palestinian flags on Twitter, or... Well, funny thing, I never saw those who preach it, like, standing with Palestine, have Palestine anywhere in their profile. But I never approach, I never scream at them, I never, throw slurs at them, or be like, haha, thank you for the free parking lot. No. I just mind my business. So it's so interesting to see that simply seeing a flag, my flag of my country in my name, triggers them so much that even when I did not bring the topic or did not even interact with them, they have the entitlement of starting to talk shit to me. And then I had that interaction on Twitter. Actually, I commented under an artist post because they were getting a lot of hate for people blaming them for using AI or something. And in my personal opinion, I still don't think they do, but I'm not sure what happened in that situation. So I left a nice comment, right? And then someone saw the comment, saw my flags, and was like, fuck is not real. So of course I started to bite back, and then like, why are you so mean? And I was like, I never interacted with you. You come here, try to talk shit to me, and then when I bite back, you try to play the victim. So like, shut the fuck up, please. Like, can't you just focus on having fun? Yep. Yeah, it's kind of why I stepped back a bit from your chat. People just being rude. Even if I'm mute, people stay angry. And I don't get it. Honestly, a lot of the people who are the most fun to interact with on VR chat are the mutes. Like, especially like MP for nodes. MP is in chat. She's typing. But MP is a mute, but she has full body, and her body language is so like expressive, and she's so funny, and it's so fun to always have her around when there's actually stuff happening. And it gets me so mad when I see people use sign language, and then someone comes up to them and be like, "Oh, you guys are using gang signs?" I'm like, bitch, shut the fuck up. God, I hate people like that. I hate people who hate for no reason, just because they don't want the attention. I was hanging out actually with a friend who also has a full body, and then someone came up to her and was like, "Why do you have full body? Why do you have it? Are you doing ERPing? Are you dancing in clubs?" And the dude had a headset himself, just not full body. So of course I was like, "So why do you have a headset?" And he muted me, of course. But he was like head on just trying to attack her, and his bullies of friends were rallying up behind him like, yeah, good one, bro. Like, man, shit. I don't get people like that. And of course he was underage and probably bitchless and gets no love from his mother or parents. His dad probably beats him up, but oh, it's no reason to be mean to others. Your pain does not mean you have the courage to cause anyone else pain or distress. Yes, life sucks, but nobody else is your coping mechanism. It does appear some people lack empathy or trying to look at things from a different perspective and it matters. Yeah. it's it's quite interesting. But at the end of the day, all I can do is just tell them that their parents don't love them and move on. 99% of the time I'm right. The other 1%, I just tell them, "Oh, so you're just bitchless." Because let's be honest, if someone just comes up to me with the intent of just ruining my day or mood, I'm not gonna be in any way empathetic towards them or try to be like the good guy in the situation, because I'm done with that. Quite frankly, I'm just fed up with people thinking that, "Oh, well, you shouldn't, lower yourself to their level, or you should be the bigger person." Why? I tried to be the bigger person multiple times, and I would still get howled at, like, screamed at, or told slurs or whatever. So why am I not to enjoy it? Why am I not allowed to enjoy it and make them get a taste of their own behavior? So yeah, I stopped trying to be nice, and it's honestly much more fun to try to guess whose parent doesn't love them more. I know it sounds mean, but I think it's only deserved when the person themselves are just mean. Usually I also, after stuff like that happens, I either just go to my corner, and if they chase me, again, I just bark back, or at some point I would just leave, because it depends also if I'm with friends or not. Because if I am with friends, they usually just prefer to leave, which is understandable. I think the point they're getting at is, because why should being mean to people feel good at all, regardless of the reason? Also, it's kind of hard when people are rude and also mute, so I don't have a lot of friends in reaction. Yeah. Oh, I have. I definitely have a habit of, the second I see a friend under attack, I jump and fight, behind their back. That could be a negative trait. I think that sometimes it could get me into drama, or just make the person uncomfortable because they're very used to just taking the hit, which I could understand, but I can't stand it. I hate it when people get mistreated, when friends get mistreated. Yes, I hate when people in general get mistreated, don't get me wrong, but when it's a friend, oh god, I will I will be screaming my ass off, I swear to god. And no way I'm letting anyone hurt someone who I care about, not in front of me. And the only way I could know if it happens behind me is if they tell me, which a lot of people don't, sadly. Cute fluffy lavender. No, I'm not. I'm not. Shut up. How dare you? But yeah, I don't get the idea of mutes. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I don't get the idea of, first of all, getting mad at means what? Who hurt you? Why? Why? They're just why? Just why? And you're talking to someone who you sometimes goes mute on VR chat too. Sometimes I would when I started to get back into VR chat, I just went mute. I went into a male avatar just for the sake of not getting harassed, and also because I have some cute ones. And that's how I met some of my friends. And I would just the way we communicate is either with yes or no questions, or I would use pens because a lot of worlds in VRChat have pens in them. Because well, in a lot of ways, before the chat box was introduced, that's how people could communicate. Because even if your avatar has a pen, you need to be friends in order for people to see it. And well, if you don't want to add them or you just want to have a conversation with a stranger, then using a pin in the world is one of the best options. So yeah, there's a lot of ways to communicate, and I never get the idea of someone hating on a mute. I had someone who was very pissed at the fact that I was mute, and they were like, "Oh, so why are you mute?" And I'm like, "Well, I have social anxiety and I don't feel comfortable talking right now." And then they were like, "Well, if you have social anxiety, why are you on a social app?" And I'm like, "Well, because I can make friends this way, even though if right now I'm not feeling like talking, I can still, connect with people." And of course they were starting to shit on social anxiety and like, so what do you do if you're like blah blah blah, so that's actually, I think, one of the only instances I have with someone hating on me for being mute on VRChat. They are very complex, yeah, they are. I only have like 3 friends I hang out and I see them. I'm really happy when hanging out with them. What's up, gang? Alright, coffee. We're just talking about VRChat experience or just games in general. Games that allow children in and are social and are clearly not for kids. Oh god, I also had a problem with, so as much as the bad in VRChat, there's all the good. You can, like I said, make friends without even having to talk. If you are anxious, you will make friends all over the world. You can make connections that will last forever. I mean, that's how I met my best friend. And you will just find yourself in a lot of ways. Of course, it will be a lot of ups and downs because sometimes you hang with the wrong group of people and you think that's who you are, but turns out you're not. And at some point you will wake up from that. But VRChat offers a lot of connections for people who struggle with connections. And that's why usually if I would meet someone on Discord or whatever, through group chats or whatever, and I would ask them to go into VRChat because first of all, VRChat also allows me to talk with my hands, which I do a lot. And it also helps me with my expressions because I'm very used to communicating with VRChat avatars, and using the expressions is something that I am more comfortable with as well. Makes the connection become real, but I remember once when I asked someone who was back then close to me, their response was, "I don't want to try VRChat. I only heard XYZ." Like they saw all the memes, they got the knuckles, but they saw maybe some clips here and there of the bad side, and that they made their decision. I think they also had a coworker that tried VRChat, and then now they are running around as a very small avatar and just like to cuddle up to people, which I don't necessarily think is wrong. I think it's more comfy, like the idea of comfortable and feeling safe around people who are, in the bigger avatars, which I could understand. Sometimes I also like going into a smaller avatar. But point is, they were like, "No, I don't like the game, I'm not giving it a chance." And that pissed me off too. Because first of all, you were like, oh, okay, well, let's do something. And then I give them this idea of, yeah, let's go to this game that I really care about, and let's try to, like, connect better. And their first idea was to shut it down, not because they had bad experience. I would understand that, if you went onto VR chat and the first thing someone says is suck my dick, of course I would understand that. But not they never had an experience from themselves, but only what they heard online, or that one thing their friend did. So I never, like, I was like trying to push it, but then when they weren't budging, I dropped it and ended up just going on VR chat myself. And that pissed them off, actually, because they were like, well, you wanted to, so why didn't you just tell me when you're on? And I'm like, well, you didn't want to, I'm not gonna force you. So a lot of complications. But I don't like it also when people immediately dismiss VR chat without trying. And I could have like my own fucking list of why I shouldn't be getting on VR chat. But in the end of the day, I like it. I like VR chat. I like using my headset. I like drinking in VR chat. I like finding cool company to drink with. Since that's pretty rare. I also like just watching movies on VR chat, something you can do. Or you go around and look at beautiful worlds. It's also very fun if you have a group of friends and you can sit down and just talk shit about others or about yourselves. Doesn't really matter, It's an environment that helps you connect with people that you would never thought you would connect with. Because they're located all over the world, but you're sitting here in this VR chat room, like you would be sitting around a campfire or something. So I find it fascinating. Yes, VR chat has the bads and the goods, but in the end of the day, it's a social platform. Every social platform has its bad and good. Some people may be afraid to try new things. Some first impression can sway away their opinion, which can be hard to change. But my problem with that is they never tried it themselves. They only went off rumors. Personally, not a VR chat fan. To me, it feels like a Zoomer Gmod, but I get that feeling. That's fine. If you never tried it, or you tried it and you didn't like it, then again, that's fine. But if your opinion is only based on videos or like bad stories, I would still suggest to give it a try. Started as a VR vision of Second Life, and suddenly, just like Second Life, went downhill. So it's VR chat. You'd be surprised. Yes, again, there's a lot of kids when you go into public lobbies. There's a lot of weirdos. It's very hard to connect. But mostly because it depends on where you go. There's, I guess for me, recently, like for the past year, let's say, the easiest way to connect to people or to find people was through drinking world. Because I would drink a lot on VR chat. Well, not a lot, every weekend or so. And you find people to drink with, and you vibe, and you end up just talking or doing some shit, or end up going to a karaoke room. Of course, I never sing myself, but I've had the experience of everyone getting on and then just singing, or trying to sing, or going into a game world to see how fucked up everyone is and how low of a score. It's stupid fun. At least they should have sold, we joke about Facebook. I've got to introduce. No, I would never touch VR chat if it's getting sold to Meta. I suppose the stories did give it a bad enough impression if they never tried it. How did you even get into it? VR chat. God. So 2020, the virus hit, right? And I was having a crisis. I was actually very depressed back then. On the verge of actually committing Roblox unalive a few times, and I was very lonely because connections in real life are very hard for me. Even digitally, I might sometimes I just don't feel like doing anything. I'm not sure why, but I just wake up and I'm like, I want to talk to people, but I just can't bring myself to. So I was watching. I was aware of VRChat way before I joined, but I was never aware of the fact that you can join on PC, and that's where the switch happened. Because I was like, fuck it, why not? And so I downloaded on Steam, and I saw that, oh, I can play the game through PC. So I got on there, and keep in mind back then my English was horrible. Yeah, you can join on PC. You don't need VR. I know it's in the name, but you can join on PC. Um, so I joined, and I think I joined Never Have I Ever World. Back then it was one of the popular ones. And I met this dude. Like, I played with people, right? But I was pretty sad. And I met this dude, and I was just ranting to him. And of course, my English was broken, but so was his, actually. And we would just talk about life, and he would relate to me in a lot of ways. And then, I think I joined him the next day, and we were in the sky camp. And then again, I would just talk to people, or not even talk, like only when they would like be like, oh, what's up, are you okay, whatever, I would unmute and talk. And then stuff happened, and I ended up having my own circle to hang around, like people I would be longing to join the game for. And I got my first ever group, and I felt connected to them, and a lot of drama happened in the end. And the group never, came back to being the group that it is because of a bad apple in it, and I kind of allowed it. I'm not proud of that. But yeah, I got the game because I was feeling lonely in a lot of ways, and I stayed because I managed to connect with people. And then later on, even after that group disbanded, I got myself into another group, and stuff happened there. And then I took a break because I guess the game stopped appealing to me once I didn't really have the reason to get on. Um, and then I became of age, and I was like, oh no. And then, okay, no, I remember why I stopped. I stopped not because I wanted to, but because I was starting to isolate myself because of a bad relationship. And after that relationship ended, I've decided that I wanna have friends again. So I booted up VRChat and started talking with people more. And yeah, ended up finding another group, and they introduced me to VRChat raving and drinking, of course. And by that time I was already of age, so I could do that. And yeah, I don't particularly talk to that group anymore. Only very specific people that are not a part of it, and they're doing their own little thing, and they have their own little groups now. But nowadays I don't get on. I have I do upload some avatars that I buy or edit. But yeah, I guess that's the main reason I would join would be because of friend groups or people. And the second I realized that when I get on, I don't really want to join anyone I have on my friends list, I kind of give up. But I want to get back into it. I gave up also because of just the recent drama that happened or whatever, and I also couldn't really drink in VR chat. When I did, the groups or the people that were on the public servers were awful people or just not a vibe at all. So yeah, I still love the game. I'm still gonna give it a try and probably try again and again. But it's a it's a social game. If you don't have anyone to social with, you're probably not gonna be staying there for a while. And to socialize, you need to take this type of drinking is bad for you. No, it's not. You're drinking whiskey every other day. You're literally aren't you hungover now? Coffee the preacher. But yeah, the second you get out of your comfort zone and try to actually talk to people and connect, and you actually manage to get into your little zone or group, the game becomes much more appealing. Yeah. Yeah, I guess that was my main reason of using VR chat back then and now. Um, I do own a lot to the game. A lot of the people who I met like a few years back are still people who I talk to and people from the old group chat, the one that introduced me to raving. Though a lot of them I don't view as friends anymore. Those who I still do are people who are still I still talk to. I check up on them when I can. And they're really chill people. They have a lot going on in life and I'm really proud of them. I think you personally when it comes to VR chat because you introduced me to it and hanging out with you literally the most fun I've ever had every time. Yo, welcome. I don't really how do I say it? I don't really think of myself as a fun person to hang with or interesting at all. I mean, I don't really do much. I listen to people. Dog. I listen to people if they want to talk. I try to cheer up people if they want to. But sometimes someone just wants to have someone around and that's okay too. I would be the judge of that. What do you mean? But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I definitely want to get back into enjoying a drink in VR chat. And definitely getting and definitely getting drunk in VR chat again. It's also a very it's a very good lesson of knowing your limits on alcohol. I'm really glad I learned to drink through VR chat and not actually in bars or something, because I still needed to test my limits. You know, someone there's the amount of charisma that she has. I talk about VR chat makes you want to hop on VR chat again. I I mean I would love to hang with you again, EP, but again our time zones are a bit different. And I usually just don't catch up. I stopped checking the site to see who's on or not. Silence in company can be nice, or perhaps settings. Oh, also wait, doggo makes a lot of noise. The fact that there are people interested in what Tomo has to say at the moment, and she says she's not interesting. I don't know how many people there are. I don't have my viewer count on. Don't say you're not fun. I personally think that you're very funny, sweet Jane. Oh, well, I don't know how to react to that, you know? I appreciate everyone who's here. I don't wanna come off as I don't. I really do. Like, it's surreal to me that chat is active. And I'm really careful even when it's not, because I know people like to lurk. And I do personally too. But it's just I don't know. I guess I'm also trying to get out of my comfort zone right now as well, because I usually don't talk a lot. Especially when I'm comfortable, I like to stay quiet. I'm not a person who talks a lot. Ayo, I do be lurking while drawing. Yeah. So, oh, wait. So, I brought up the subject of VR chat at the start because I know I have a lot to say. I know that there's a lot of subjects to touch on VR chat. And sure, there can be a lot of subjects I can still talk about later on, but I'm definitely getting out of my comfort zone. If you would see streams with my old models when we have a just talking stream, I don't think they were the same. I think they were much worse. I think I was very in my head of relying on chat, and I'm trying to get out of that mindset a lot because, again, I appreciate everyone who's here a lot. Really, I do. But I think that always relying on chat for me to be entertaining is a bad habit, and I don't want to fall into it because I think that that's mainly what led to my long hiatus. I didn't know if I am worth it, you know? I never liked when you just kept pushing them. I push my drinking limits too, don't get me wrong. Sometimes I can black out on VR chat. I think it only happens once, so happened once. But I definitely learned my limit on when to drink, how I am mentally beforehand. And I also learned that maybe if I feel like I don't want to drink, then no drink. Do you believe you have changed, evolved since past streams? Yeah, I do. You know, you don't see yourself as much. But even just sitting quietly drinking or even Snapchat, in my opinion, it's much more than anything in the world. Someone say drinking. It's okay, to other stuff on your own piece. Yeah. um, I do think that even like, okay, so my main motivation to, I guess, start VTubing or streaming in general, I guess I wanted to provide people, first of all, with a safe space. I mean, you can express an opinion that I don't agree on necessarily, and I will try to be respectful, and of course you're not gonna get banned for it. But if you're gonna push the limits and just be disrespectful or straight up rude, there's a huge chance you're not gonna be welcomed. And I guess my main idea of VTubing is just be friends with people. I don't know if it sounds like logical or not, but I just want to provide people with a community that accepts them, even if they're a bit different or they have some other interests, and also just, you know, someone to chill with in the background. Because again, I don't necessarily see myself as entertaining, but if you have a bad day and you want to distract yourself, and oh, this random streamer looking bitch is over here streaming, so I don't mind having a chat with someone because it's fun to me. It's also why I also that is refreshing to hear. Yeah, but it's also why I started drawing in a lot of ways. I started as a really bad artist. I mean, everyone does. Let's be honest. No one is born with a talent. But I saw a lot of big artists and they inspired me to keep pushing. And then I wanted to become that inspiration for others. And a lot of times, even like back in my old style that I really hate now, I would get messages of people that would be telling me that, yeah, I'm really inspired by your art, and like you pushed me to like do art. And yeah, it didn't happen too much, but even if it happened once, I was over the moon. I was so happy. I really love to debate stuff like philosophy with people. Probably people just like to argue. I can relate. Video is probably the thing that gave me sense of community the most. Pushing too hard might be either... I'm not gonna finish that sentence. But yeah, a sense of community is something that I also have been realizing I wanted for a long time. Um, oh my god, wait, the dog. The dog is barking. BRB, I'm gonna go get her. Yeah, doggo does go bark. I'm back. She doesn't want attention, but sense of community. That's what we were on. I recently also realized that it's something that is extremely fun to have. I I started this a few, like, what, 2 years now, no, 1.5 years now. Um, and I didn't have any community pretty much. I would like to say, of course, I had friends who would like watch here and there, but slowly, the server, for example, the Discord server, it went from being completely dead to actually having activities and people in call. Um, or I would, hop into a call and draw without telling anyone, and then a few minutes later, someone would join, and we would. The server is still alive. um, I mean, you don't have to catch up on everything. You can just start a conversation. Really fun. It is. Um, and I'm really happy. It is. I'm happy that people feel safe in the server, or that if they start a discussion about something, it's not gonna get discarded. Because I really feel like a lot of the VTubers, or the community instead, in the VTuber community, are scared to get into specific topics because it doesn't necessarily make them look good, I guess. Like political, for example. I'm completely fine with people bringing up political stuff on Discord. For example, in off topic or something, that's fine. As long as they keep it civil, it's fine. And as long as they are understanding that someone can come in and disagree with them. Mm. Oh wait, I should check in more often. I'm not really there much. That's fine. Don't feel obligated to. Also, wait. Politics are for nerds. They are for nerds, but in the end of the day, everyone has a politic view, right? Everyone has a moral view, everyone has a logical view, and they are not always the same. And I think that starting a discussion with the side that is opposite to you is actually very healthy. Um, I realized that a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people oppose the idea of someone having the different opinion because to them their opinion is superior, or the good one. And I fall in the same category a lot of times. I In the end of the day, I was meant. like not mentally, but I was kind of grew up with the internet and the side that well not the side, all the sides on the internet, the second you bring up something that you don't agree with or you question stuff, usually usually it will end up in you getting kicked because to them you're hostile instead of actually like wanting to learn or just question things because that's natural. So I definitely I'm more comfortable with bringing politics into discussion or stuff that I couldn't necessarily not agree with, but discuss the other opinion. I think that's something we should normalize more. Um, 19 political is too much fun. Oh, it's so much fun. Oh, a chill civil discussion. I must be in heaven if such a thing exists. For nerd, do be one. Yes, yes. Politics in America are super polarizing, so I actively avoid them. Mm. Challenging your own views is important. It always allows you to be sure if what you're following something you want to strive or fight for. Mm. Hello, Tomo. Oh my god, hello, Elo. Welcome to the discussion. Different people opinion is okay if it's bad. With healthy inside because deaf for all who are against what I think is nice. So every on the political subject, I'm gonna use the example of the war right now. One a lot of things I saw online with the for example there's a recent incident with the Columbia campus and how badly it's getting. Um a lot of the videos there they would just state just straight up false information or just stuff that has no actual backing. Oh my god, dog, please. I'm gonna I'm gonna leave my door open. The students there are so misinformed about facts. You'd think that, but I've also seen some people who've done a bit of research, and apparently it has been just taught like that for a few years, not even this year. That they're you need a dog in mine. I don't have emotes, but again, there's just so much misinformation. But my problem is, so I started to see more like people opposing whatever is happening on Colombia and walking around with an American flag and a Israeli flag, of course. We're just talking about allowing discussion, even if it's quote unquote a dangerous topic. Because in the end of the day, I want an open community that can respect a different opinion. Of course, I mean, if your opinion is, oh my god, sexual assault is completely fine and doesn't exist, then of course you're not gonna be accepted or welcomed in any way. But you are allowed to have an opposing opinion to what I or anyone else has, as long as you represent actual facts instead of myths or um have no backing to your claims. Mm. And if your main way of fighting back whatever I'm saying on someone else is I don't trust that source, like when it's a government source, then you are the problem. I'm sorry. But yeah, so the scariest thing I saw on campus was not all the violence and actually blocking Jewish people from campus. It was the second an opposing team came in for simply just standing, right? They were just standing or they had I think they had some signs at hand. Oh god. I think they had like signs at hand. I swear to god. This is the second time I actually knocked out my headphones out of the cable, but yeah, I'm back. Dog should be contained. Not sure if you will, but yep. The thing on campus. So the second there was an opposing party to the first opinion, um, there has been an increase in violence, and the first opinion that states that they're right, you know, the one that started it all, um, have a feeling of entitlement to them instead of just minding their own business or whatever. They would actively try to rip off the flags or actively would assault the people that are just standing with signs the same way they are. But since the sign is saying something that is legally correct, for example, that Hamas is a terrorist organization, which it is in the US, it is recognized as a terrorist organization. So it's not false. It's an actual legal, like backed by legal means, I guess. And if you see that, just a sign, and it enrages you so much to the point of you wanting to assault someone, you should be checked. If I can offer my perspective from within the US, from where I am, haven't really much in terms of incidents. I did hear it worse in places like New York City. Mm, it's much worse in New York. I've heard I don't remember which other states, honestly, since I don't live in America. But Texas, for example, they tried to do the same demonstration they did in Colombia in Texas, and they failed miserably. What I mean, failed miserably is that police was dispatched so fast, so many arrests were made that nobody else is currently trying to. I don't think I haven't seen anything about it. Um, I think that in Australia there's a problem as well. I think they are now currently are succeeding in setting up camps on campuses. Um, and in Australia at the start of the war, there was a group of people who was allowed to, protest or whatever, and their protest was literally they all were chanting "Gas the Jews." So, not a good look. So I will welcome a pro-Palestinian, in this case, a pro-Palestinian side, if they will give me a reason why I should support those people, and if they will be able to make an argument without saying women and children, because so far that's all I've been hearing. And yes, it's horrible, but it's not my fucking problem. No, Britain have a huge problem with this, and it's oh yeah, I don't want to even talk about Britain. I forgot about Britain. God, you guys have a huge problem. There was a recent incident with a cop telling a Jewish person that he's too Jewish to cross the road and it's too dangerous for him. So I remember reading on an article that it was during testing English that a Nazi flag was raised. Not only raised, there's a lot of Nazi salutes in the universities, in the camps they're making. There's the actively people in like talking to universities that said horrible stuff like all Zionists should die, like don't deserve to live. There was a dude that said that, and I think he was proceeded with it. Like after the call, he was allowed to stay in the university, and he himself posted that call. By the way, he himself posted the recording of him talking to his friend and the university, um, proudly. Now he's expelled. Um, but yeah, it's just I've seen a lot of incidents for sure. That was bad. I would feel ashamed and just live here. I'm not British. I know you're from Poland. And I know that you live in Britain right now. I just feel like protests that are happening in India and Ohio at the moment super cool. Super cool, sarcastic. Um, it's also interesting to notice that the double standards, I guess, because there's no genocide or apartheid, genocide committed by Israel or apartheid in Israel, because a lot of the people who are using those words don't know what they mean. We have an apartheid means, for example, this says that apartheid is happening in Israel, but it's not, because the meaning of the word is pretty much you are excluding a group of people, in this case Arabs, from the community, and you are in a lot of ways enslaving them or banishing them. Of course, it's not the word definition. I don't have Google open right now, but that's not happening in no way, because first of all, we have Arab people in our government, in the parliament. So if there is an apartheid, how the fuck did they get in? Huh? And we have a lot of Arabic people in nursing, like not nursing, I mean hospitals, or any other caregiver. When I was in the hospital to do a checkup, I was treated by an Arab nurse, and he was super nice. Like he was so giggity, and he again, I'm not a social person, so I was just sitting there awkwardly. But he was talking with all of his fellow nurses, and he was just super awesome. Like just a person who seems to enjoy what he's doing, pretty much. Um, is badly weird. How do you know? How they serve in the military? How did they come doctors? It's so weird. It's not only that. So a lot of high status, jobs or whatever have a lot of Arabs in them. I'm not complaining. I'm very happy for them. Um, but they all seem to be not important the second the pro-Palestinian crowd comes in. Um, which is honestly so disheartening, because being pro-Palestine technically means you are pro supporting the Palestinians. All the ways I've seen so far are the most useless fucking ways ever. Because first of all, a lot of Palestinians, or a lot of Palestinians who have a fucking brain, um, want to be under Israel control, and not I don't know if they want to be like Israeli or instinct the Palestinian cause or whatever. I don't know if they want to be Gazans. I don't know if they actually like to be referred as Palestinians. But let's be honest, they'd be tattoos. They probably will have a lot of guilt, because if they disband and they think they've been tattooed since childhood, then who are they? Because that's what they are. They have been told they are. So whatever. But a lot of people who saw or been to Israel from Gaza, for example, they had works here, or they got medical care here. Um, they, even though they were distant, I've heard a few stories. They were distant. They were appealing to be nice, but were keeping to themselves or not wanting to interact with an Israeli. At the end of the day, they were treated a lot better. And even in interviews that I've seen of like shop owners from Gaza or whatever, they said that they prefer an Israeli military, not military, I mean Israeli government over them, because at least they get something. But they are using our money, our currency in Gaza, which says already a lot, and they are not getting paid enough in Gaza at all. Like a salary of the people who were allowed to work in Israel before would be able to provide them a very comfortable life, versus a salary in Gaza itself would barely allow you to buy food for yourself. Um, Another part of the country. But the people using this argument are focused on Gaza, not looking at the whole Arab community. And they forget about a lot of the context happening in the past, Gazans and why they were in this situation. Not only that, I do not have the same rights as the American person has. So I'm gonna go around claim that America is an apartheid state because I am not getting treated as the same equality in America. By American standards, I shouldn't have technically any healthcare, any free healthcare, or I should, you know, not allowed abortion in certain state. So I'm gonna run around in the streets and to the journalist and claim that I am being that America is being an apartheid state to me and is excluding me for their law because I am a human being and I want to be like, and I know America exists, and that means that I belong in America, and that means that they are mean to me. Gazans are not from Israel. Gazan have their own authority. They do not have a country, but we, Israel, are not obligated to give them anything. We gave them jobs. They used it against us. We gave them food and water because they poisoned their own. We offered them stuff for free. They didn't want to take it. The only thing we've been offered is terror and murder, pretty much. And there's no authority that seems to be worth trusting from Gaza that comes from there. Um, there's a lot of debate on who should be taken over once Hamas is done. But the Palestinian Authority, the other group that is mostly in the West Bank, um, they have been proving themselves to be so not worthy because ever since the war started, they had people from their organization confirmed going around Israel trying to stop people, trying to do a mass shooting, try to exploit themselves. Like, what the hell? And the people in America, like, we want peace as long as Israel is not there. So you want peace as long as, what, 6 million people die again? Like, shut the fuck up and sit down, please. If you don't know what you're talking about, and your only way of hiding your hate or your true intention is saying, I just don't like war. Yeah, I don't like war either. I didn't want war. I wanted peace. I don't want peace anymore. Good for you that you want to say, oh my god, peace, but I don't want Israel there. So, like, what are you gonna do with the 6 million people? Huh? You're gonna just poof them? Like, what do you think would happen? Literally, that's my question to anyone who thinks a Palestinian state is legitimate. Do you think they will become thriving? No. They will become the bigger Gaza, pretty much. They would be putting themselves in poor situations. They will be filtering their own water. They will be teaching themselves how to explode and how proud you should be to explode. Like, there's a lot of denazification at this point to do to a lot of generations in Gaza before we even dare to think of peace at this point. Because in no way I'm allowing any Gazans near me at this point. Not from the West Bank and not from Gaza themselves. I don't care if the one would be over. I'm not gonna go hand with hand with someone who can literally backstab me just for simply existing. No, thank you. It's so surreal to me that people think that, and it's not necessarily because Gazans are bad because they're burned like that. They are taught like that. They are being manipulated. They're being used. Yeah, I'm acknowledging that, and that's awful. But they've allowed themselves to be used like that. They have built that organization to be used like that, to use themselves like that. They give that organization power, and they keep doing so. So I don't see the empathy people are giving it. I mean, I've been living in Israel, and I've been living among this terror, and it fucking sucks when you stand in a bus stop and you're like, oh, I wonder if a car will pull out and start shooting at me. Because that sucks. And people from America who has like the whole school shooting problems have the audacity to tell us that we're in the wrong. What? Are you gonna go to for example, a school shooter that survived if they weren't killed by the police? Are you gonna go to the parent and say that the parent is wrong for wanting them to be judged, and that the person should be walked free because they've been oppressed by the school? Like, what? Because if you're gonna say no to that, but yes to telling Israel to stop fighting, then you're just a hypocrite. You have very complete different morals at that point. Radical religion conflict is horrible. Yeah, the U.S. is also very complicated. The state and the federal government conflict sometimes on their own goals. Yeah, fun enough, that's exactly what exactly what some people do. Yeah, and I get it. We're humans. We're not gonna agree at all. I mean, I don't know what 70 something percent only believe that the Earth is round. We have 20% of humans thinking that the Earth is flat. 20 something, right? Which is horrible, but that's like what millions. That's millions of people. So people are not gonna agree on the most basic of things. People are gonna come up to you and drop an apple and say, "This is not gravity. This is I don't know, God did this and gravity does not exist. We are solely connected to the earth because God wants so." And I don't know if it's because they're stupid, but most likely just because that's what they actually believe. And that's it is flat, by the way, if you know it. Sure. Prove it to me first. Hmm. Thing is, people in the West either forget what war really is or never know what the terror of war being under attack. Peace is a comfortable thing to call for when natural for them. It's not even that. Um, First of all, a lot of European countries are fucked up as well right now. I mean, Britain is one of the greatest examples. Um, yeah, all fucking lost control of the situation long ago. But it's fascinating how the West is so opinionated about something they never experienced. Um, they've never experienced, you know, walking around and then somebody exploding on you, or the anxious feeling of standing in a bus stop and someone running a car into you and then shooting everyone around. Because that stuff happens. And actually, one of the terror attacks that happened after the war started happened in my school. Like when like same station I would be standing in, a fucking Palestinian and his brother, two Palestinians decided to ram a car into it and start shooting people, killing an elderly woman and some teenagers that were done with school or going to school. I don't remember at what time it was. And it's so surreal to me that people think that's okay because there's quote unquote oppression. It's just it's so stupid because they're from the comfort of their home. There's of course gun violence in America, but you're allowed to own a gun. You're not allowed to own a gun without a reason here. And you're not gonna just start shooting someone because there is moral obligation. And even though it's Palestinian and we are very mad right now, it's still a huge burden to take someone's life. I think okay. Belief is very strong. People are also afraid to be wrong. That's why they fight till the bitter end. Yeah, like that's where the game "Die on the Hill" comes from. I'm guessing. True. I wouldn't say that people in the West forgot our veterans know very well about terror, but citizens don't know because our wars were almost always fought overseas. Exactly. How Americans don't know what it's like living borders with terrorists, sharing a border with people that all they want to do is kill you. Um, we have currently 5 countries that are all like 3 of them maybe connected to our borders, and the rest of them connected to their borders. We are surrounded by enemies, for 75 years. And their only problem was a Jewish state. No actual reason. Everything was legal, everything was quote unquote fine, but there was no reason for a war until a Jewish state was established. There was still violence, there was still terror attacks, there was still a lot of horrible stuff that would happen before Israel would be established, of course. But a lot of people seems to ignore that because, oh my god, Arabs were pushed out of their homes. Maybe don't fucking leave your home with the hope that you can get a fucking villa if you a different family would get killed. How about that? I mean, it's so messed up how people don't know what happened. They are not taught the right, like, not even the right history. They're not taught history. I don't want to be to them to teach history that shows Israel in a good way because we're fucked up. I hate my government. I do. But just learn history in general and get an opinion yourself. If you're gonna learn the history and then you're just gonna skip on parts that just paint the side that you're against as good guys, then you're not learning history. You're learning how to pat yourself on the back for saying, I learned the history. I hate it too. Yeah. It's just, oh. It's a lot of frustration because, especially in online spaces, the second that someone sees an Israeli flag, because I have now, and right now I have an Israeli flag displayed in my username. Not even in the bio, just in the name. And I am being pushed out of places or whatever just for simply being openly supporting my own country. That's just a shame. I only had one interaction with someone getting so triggered. They commented, and of course their community commented because I've noticed a trend that the second one pro-Palestinian comments, their followers will follow you immediately, and it also just taught me how well equipped I am to deal with that, because I've heard a lot of stories of, like, people would get a lot of hate or streamers would get hate, and then they would get like hate comments or hate DMs or whatever, and they would be like, they would intentionally read them, right? They would be stuck in the loop of needing to read them and can't, like, not being able to stop for some reason. And then when it happened to me, because I had that one tweet about the art stuff go into the pro-Palestinian side, there were a lot of racist stuff, a lot of straight up anti-Semitic, even anti-human at that point. And I just didn't pay attention to it. I didn't really read anything. My community beforehand, before I opened Twitter, they were like, heads up, like, that shit went batshit, like, over the reach it was supposed to. Like, it got to the point where someone was waiting for me to be active on Discord again, and then they said the reply of the artist in the chat and left the server. Like, how batshit crazy do you need to be to do that? But my point is that I didn't read through the comments, and I got a lot of DMs that I just deleted. Only one of them intrigued me, but I never got an answer after I responded. And I just continued with my day. I didn't really care. I still had some notification from it after a while, but I just had no need to look at it. I just didn't care. The curiosity didn't really spike because I knew the majority of it is just racism or blind out lies or hate, which I frankly just didn't care, because to me, the idea that I have whenever something like that happens is just a 13-year-old typing with, like, tears and, like, crying their ass off, like, how dare you? That was my favorite Pokemon. Like, and the second I had that image, I just wasn't affected by it as I would have hoped, I guess. Because I always try to make my community, open and I guess friendly. I would not take any pride in someone going after a creator or something that I had beef with just because something. But I just I guess in my mind back when I was like, if I ever become big enough, I always have to be on the right side. But nowadays, like, I'm more mature, growing up. There's no right side. There's moral side, and a lot of people have different morals, which means that their morals are not going to be aligned with mine. And I realized that my opinion may be demoralizing in a lot of ways for people that don't agree with my morals, but it's my opinion. You are not obligated to comment. You are not obligated to interact. I'm not gonna hunt you down and put a gun to your head until you reply with a tweet. No, I'm not gonna do that. If something I say bothers you, they can either stop interacting or tell me and discuss it with me, because I will, first of all, more than happy to hear what you have to say. But if you're gonna just be a keyboard warrior for no reason, but because there's one popular creator that didn't like my opinion, then sit down, have tea, relax, waste that time on something else, maybe study something. I don't get it. I don't get the morality of sending hate. The only time I sent hate to someone was so they tried to out a creator I adore. They have a huge impact on my art and whatever. And they were trying to add them as this pedophile or Trump supporter or whatever. Um and then the person, after a few hours, they replied. Of course, the first time I saw the call out, I didn't interact because I was waiting for a response. Um and the artist responded, of course, and explained that the reason those posts are up because that time in their life was so horrible that even though they wanted to delete it from their, internet life, they just couldn't bear themselves to deal with the trauma. And they've been through a lot, like a lot. It's not my place to say. So after their response, I went to the original call out and I said, "You're a fucking horrible person." I literally just said, "You're just jealous of someone's success and you can't stand people being happy," or something like that. I don't even remember what I said, but it was a bit harsh. And I don't regret it because I think I did the right thing by waiting for the other side to respond first. And then when I realized that, yeah, I'm still gonna support them and the original call out is just a bullshit attention seeking post, I was mad because I also read the whole, explanation doc of the artist, and the thing they've been through is just so awful. It sucks that someone was like, "I'm gonna use that against you because I want internet cloud." Like, shut the fuck up. Creators are also still people that can make mistakes. Yeah, I'm not saying they can't. They 100% can make mistakes, but there's different responsibility with being a big creator. I have a very small community, and I want to be holding people accountable if they're going to be doing, something really horrible. I'm not going to be welcoming them with open arms. But someone with a big community just says, "Oh, go send hate messages to that person," or responded with a very mature, like, "fuck you," just because you didn't like the opinion. Yeah, no, that's a big no. I don't know. It also seems very immature. Hmm. It's also, I guess, how a lot of YouTube or internet drama in general happens, is that towards you, I meant like people should know that big creators can make mistakes. Yeah, Yeah, I agree with that. I'm giving that as an example. I didn't get people who are going stuff like that, but the internet we have ton of crap flying around and people trying to make their life a bit better and making sure other people have worse. Ugh, that's I don't get it. Like I have personally, I have beef with people, right? And I would talk about it maybe with my mods if I want to, because in the end of the day, people who are mods in my server are people who I personally trust and have been a part of the community long enough to prove that they deserve to. So I would send them stuff that I don't mind talking about, or I wouldn't make public because I just don't want to make public. I don't think it's worth it. And they know about some beef that I have with some people, but they're not going to make it public themselves. And they're not going to that creator and shaming them. And they're not, making a call out post or whatever. I always, when I share something or I tell them that something happened, when we get into a discussion, I always make sure to say, you don't have to unfollow them. You don't have to stop, you know, being their friend or interacting with them. That's not my goal. I'm here telling you about this because I'm pissed and I want to rant. That's literally it. That's good. Very respectable. Yeah. Um, I guess it's really important to distinguish between a community server and a friend server because I was mainly in friend servers before, right? But some of them were treated more as a community. So a lot of the stuff that I thought would cause drama or something would stay behind closed doors. But I think a lot of people are very comfortable in their own community servers to talk shit about the creator they don't like because oh my god, they like the same color as me and how dare you, you know? And then they go and bitch about it in general instead of talking to it about like with mods. And with my mods as well, we keep the chat very respectable. No, oh my god, I wish they go die or whatever. No. But that doesn't happen. We also have people in the mod team that sometimes don't agree with my view, which is fine. It's interesting to see and it's acceptable. And I can be very um sometimes I can 100% be like I'm just mad at this person and I felt disrespected. So of course I'm not going to like them or an opinion that says they were like understanding where they come from. But it's important to hear even if I don't like it. And just how it is. That's something that needs to stay between people because it's between them. God damn. Yeah. I think the time that it's acceptable to make a call out is only when other people's are at risk at falling for the same thing. For example, being mistreated or being manipulated. That's the only time I think it's okay to publicize it for the sake of the public to be aware. It's not okay to publicize it if your main goal is to deplatform someone. If you want to talk or rant or be angry or whatever, make either a private Twitter account and let people you trust in if you want it to be on Twitter, or keep it between people you trust. Friends you can rant it about, wait, rant about it, or just I don't know, amounts. And I don't know if that's toxic, but if you are just in a mindset of I'm so angry and I'm not gonna be talking to that person because it's irresolvable. For example, right? They broke my Minecraft base and I spent 2 days on it and I don't want to talk to them. So I'm gonna go to my moms and talk, be upset and say that yeah, I worked on it for a while and it's gone now. And of course, someone would say, well, it's just a game. You shouldn't take it hard. And I'd be like, yeah, you're right, but I'm still gonna be upset. I think a lot of people don't realize that having that voice that says, I see your opinion, but I also see theirs. It's very important, but the second it happens, it leads to more quote unquote drama, and then a person gets ejected from a group because they disagreed with the main person that brought it up. It's just, it's immature. It feels like, kindergarten level. Oh, and they are dangerous to other people. They're trying to scam people or something like that. Yeah. I think that's important. There's a lot of so the main argument I see is that, when someone makes a color post and then the comments are, it should have stayed between closed doors. Sometimes closed doors are not enough. I do agree with that. Sometimes making the public aware that someone is a predator or someone is sexually harassing someone is an obligation. And in order to explain your side of story, you have to call them out and say, like, tell your story. Um, and with that, you are informing the public of your experience with them, and you are letting the public decide what they think of it. Mm, I think those posts are okay, but it's also been misused a lot in a way that someone just wants to deplatform a creator just because they're jealous, and then they end up making fake stories. And then there's a whole problem of, I've had so many call posts against me, but then I have fingers. What? Lots of fun. What have you done? I also think it's important for people to think about effect of the words. Some people say words can hurt when they can. I just, there's a lot of abuse in, um I guess, the support you can get for making call out posts that is on sensitive topics. Because a lot of, not most people will want to say the truth, and some people will want to get attention from it, and they will want to stop the jealousy by taking the platform away of the person they're jealous of. That's just the industry seminar platform, and people didn't know what I post, didn't like what I post. Oh, oh well, sucks to suck, man. That's. I don't think people like what I posted, but I don't think I had any callouts made. Either way, I don't think it's a saying keep it behind closed door is worth a lot of saying, I guess, because in the end of the day, if they felt so cornered to the point of having to back down into like back down and lick it to the public, then maybe that's the only way of actually getting a solution. Sometimes saying silent is more harmful than speaking out, but often people are calling out and coming on beside knowing full story or is not being part of the story. So, they understand why people make howard post with attention. It can ruin person's life and attention feeling. There's a lot of people who have been called out for wrong things and ended up taking their life. That's also a thing. But I think as just humans, what we should do is first of all always wait for the others response and judge your story after it's complete and not after you got one half, and also not jump into conclusions. You can hate someone because you read the first call out post, but you should definitely try and read the other person's call out post, um because it's important. It's just, if you want to form an opinion and you are involved in both people's communities, you should give them both the same chance. And of course, believe victims, and you should support the victim, but you shouldn't be sending hate to the quote unquote abuser before they got the chance to, prove themselves that, yeah, I have actually no way of saying I'm not, you know? I don't understand why people call. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Attention is deadly. Especially on the internet. Attention can get you a long way. Um, People like attention. We thrive on attention. If we don't have attention, we don't thrive. We actually end up in a very lonely spot. So people who lack attention will do anything, even if it means destroying someone's life or causing them to take their own life. And we should definitely just be more wary. Um, as people, as just human beings, we need to learn to act with logic and not emotion. And instead of straight up attacking someone because there's been a call out post against them, let them defend themselves, because there's a reason there's the saying of innocent until proven guilty. And it may be that the call out post has a lot of evidence, but you never know when someone cuts an important thing. And you never know if it's an actual like the whole conversation, or if it's not. It's very important, and just be careful 100%. But also don't shame people for feeling like they're so cornered and hopeless that the only way out is to call the person out in public, because sometimes it just is the solution. And I do think there's too many call out posts. There's also a lot of really horrible people out there, so we don't really have a choice. And then it can be offered of a photo editing. Yep, it can. Mm, humans are bad. Um, and it's bad to say. I'm aware, but at the end of the day, not everyone is a good human. Sometimes we let's call post to cover their own wrongdoing, even predatory behavior. Yeah. There's been a lot of one, a few cases that someone realized that they're gonna be outed, so they would call out the person who is gonna get like out them, and everything would backfire when the person actually shows evidence and a lot of other people stand behind them. Humans are both bad and good. Yeah, that's true. I've adopted the ideology of just fuck with people to make fuck with people who make God. If you want to, if you think they are it's justifiable, then I'm not gonna stop you. Of course, don't bully them into doing any harm for themselves, but you are allowed to not like them for that behavior. Mm. Hoping that people would just run and not read the other side of the story. Yeah, and definitely. I heard something about the Minecraft community with George Not Found, and it was around when Wilbur was getting called out, and Wilbur's apology was awful. So of course it didn't help him, and the public opinion of him is much horrible, because a lot of people also came out and said that yeah, actually it that's how he behaves. And then there was another call out for Judge Not Found, and I believed them for a while, and I didn't know even that George posted a response. And then I was talking about it with Lion because we just did, and it turns out that there was a lot of evidence that showed that no assault happened, nor harassment, I mean, happened. And it was, again, quote unquote, solved behind closed doors. And the both posts, like his defense and her attack, were deleted. But yeah, I kind of, I didn't really care. I didn't know the first creator, and I didn't really care about George. So it's not like I was a part of any of their community, or my opinion would have changed, because I just don't care about both of them. But yeah, very important to read, or at least what I do sometimes if I'm not, and I'm not really informed. there would be a lot of YouTube videos who would cover up both sides. Um, Actually saw one of the whole Wilbur and Shelby situation, but I was informed on Twitter from the original sources. And so when the dude was talking about it, he read like not read, but he had the VOD of her talking about it, and she explained in the VOD that um she thought that being abused is just you can just get up and walk away, but she was so attached that she wanted to, but she couldn't. It just she doesn't know why she just couldn't leave. And so um understandably, uh that makes sense. I mean, that's how people work. Especially, she said she was like madly in love or whatever, and love, makes people go crazy, unfortunately. And it's just the video then proceeded to talk about shaming her into not leaving. Like, the dude was literally just read and showed us like her words and her experience, that was very well worded, and then proceeded to try to gaslight the audience on like she could have left. She made the choice to stay when in reality she didn't. I just it's just interesting that even YouTube videos, and they proceed to be documentary or whatever, they still have a biased side. So yeah, you should definitely be aware of that. Wait a minute. Why is Spotify not playing? Huh? I don't see Spotify reacting to anything. How long was it? How, how long was it quiet? Oh my god, I swear to god. Discord. Huh? No, it's working, but wait, it's the wrong settings. Okay. I don't know when the music stopped. Yeah, oh my god. No, the silence. No, not again. I was sure it was working. I saw it working. And if I were shit like that. Anyways, I hate the drama side of things. Communities that are filled with just causing drama or quote unquote expose are usually people who have a lot to hide. So, not good. Only one of the communities I frequent was shit. Frequent has that shit in Dove. Oh damn. I'm sorry to know that. Honestly, the second I see someone get into a bit too much controversy, like one time, yeah, 100% standing behind you, sis. Second time, that's unfortunate. But I'm here for you. Third time, I will read it, but yeah, no, I'm not gonna be following that anymore. Just feel like, first of all, you're not learning from your own mistakes, and you are also not maturing in a good way. Because if your only solution to problems that you face is call someone out instead of being an adult, or being a mature ass person who has an audience, then talk about it with them privately. Yeah, no, talking about falling from grace, then sure. We're talking about just people calling out people, or people causing drama but trying to be like, right now I'm talking about if a creator gets into too much trauma. Yeah, also welcome back. If someone gets into trauma for like 3 times with 3 different persons, and it's the same story all over again, I would stop supporting them, just because I don't like the fact that, first of all, they're not learning from their own mistakes, and second of all, they keep being as immature as they are. And of course, in every call out post, you're like, I'm ashamed of the fact that I was friends with them, and I will do better, right? You know, the person who's accusing usually says that too, and then they don't. And if they don't, then yeah, I can be supporting you. I'm sorry. Those who scream the loudest to call people out normally have the most to hide. I am massively pessimistic, however. Hmm, that's fine. But you know what it is, of course. Yeah. Um, even on huge like community stuff that happened, like for example, oh my god, hello Mako, hello, welcome. We're just talking. What are you guys up to? Just talking about random subjects. I will do better. Continues to make the same stuff that got him into drama in the first place. Yeah. I hated when people paint someone who is a full ass adult as this innocent person who just doesn't know better. Um, I can understand it once. I can understand it twice, but you're not gonna fool me the third time. I have had enough experience with people on the internet to know that I should be cautious with who I trust, and that can come out as cold, which is fair. 100%, you can think that, but in a lot of ways, I'm very friendly and supportive. The first interactions, and then the more I learn about the person, and I realize that they shouldn't be trustworthy, or you know, I shouldn't be including them in my circles, or getting involved with them too much. Um, that's just what I learned as my experience on the internet, is that I'm not gonna be a dick to you the first time we meet, but if you're causing problems or trying to start shit, I'm gonna distance myself. And then if you're gonna play the innocent child or have someone constantly defend you, um, I'm gonna lose respect for you as a person, to be honest, because your actions are yours only, and you don't need a community standing behind your back to constantly defending you. Hmm. People will forget most of the good you put out into the world and will remember you for the worst. I don't get why some folks get the benefit of the doubt every time they are in the issue. Oh hey, did you see the analyst together gonna I didn't see the I don't interact with Idol. The only Idol interaction I did was yesterday about the merch and about your situation, because I was furious and we were talking about it in call. But hopefully that's getting solved right now. I've you know, I've sent you all the context that you need. I tend to follow the opposite way. I'm addicted to internet online at first. That's fine, as long as you're not straight up bullying or, you know, yelling slurs at them. You don't have to be friendly to anyone you meet. That's also true. And I'm definitely going out of the image of being friendly to everyone I meet, because I trust my intuition pretty good at this point. And if I have a short conversation with someone and my intention and my gut says no, I don't apologize. I am well aware of Idol's lolly problem. 100% aware of it, don't worry. I'll talk about it in a bit. We're just on a different subject. But yeah, back to that. I trust my intuition at this point. I think I've ignored it much more before, because again, I just wanted to have people around me. I wanted to be likable. But likable and friendly does not mean that I'm obligated to treat everyone that way. If you don't give me a reason to hate, I'm not gonna hate. And if you're just gonna, you know, fit the vibe of the room and do silly shit when everyone does silly shit, I'm gonna just vibe with you. I don't really care. Oh wait, sorry for mentioning it. Was upset a bit. Huh? What language? They just jumped in here. You're that monk who got fucked up by now. Yeah. No, I'm here. I think I said the F word way too much, so you're fine. Don't worry. um, idle stuff. Again, the main thing that I guess got me upset was your situation, Mako. Because we're friends, and I just in general, even if we weren't friends and I heard about it, I would be furious. So, now that that's getting hopefully resolved, I don't really care about Adil. I blocked the Origin girls already, and I've muted everyone else who have come on my timeline that I didn't want. So yeah, I'm disassociating with Idol, and they can do whatever the fuck they want, but it's a very dangerous slope, I guess. They are constantly pushing out lollies, and then they're gonna have the Yuko situation all over again, and I just it's not worth the mental health. I'm not gonna put any high expectation on that company anymore. They can do what they want. I haven't kept up with Idol since Lily Pachi. Gotcha. And yes, thank you once again for everything. No problem. I was just a raging little goblin and it got somewhere. And I'm glad your situation is getting resolved. And if you know anyone else, please also inform them as well, because I know some other people as well. Minjin Lolly have been curious. What do you think of them? Don't like them. There's a difference between being woman presenting, well, not woman, female presenting, and just having a normal model with small chest. That's fine, 100%, all good, because you are not a lolly. My problem is when a model is short, has baby face, like extremely, like not even trying to be the anime kind of like adult face, but just straight up baby face. Tiny body, big head, no chest, and it's either lewd or lewd presenting. That's my problem. I don't feel comfortable with that at all. I don't draw it. I don't support it in any way. It's too resembling of a child to me. Even if it's fictional, you shouldn't be okay with it. You can be okay with it if it's a character in an anime and it's a family, or you're watching a funny haha children anime, whatever. But if it's because you're fantasizing them and you're gonna be commissioning NSFW shit of them, and you're gonna be talking to them like they're a sex worker, no, in no way. As long as they present themselves like that, I do not. You're gross, in my opinion. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I see. A chibi man couldn't be argued that it's a baby face. No, so chibi has compared to my old style. So wait, here. You can see that it's a chibi. I'm not child presenting in any way. Of course I have, kind of muscly body, and normal adult proportion. If I were to be drawing a child in chibi, I would be making this their height. So I'm much taller technically in my chubby chibi anatomy, right? And also the way I draw normally, my face proportions are much different. Oh god, my blanket, stop. No, it's stuck to the hair. Stop. But I understand why people, be like, oh well, chibi, that's a lolly presenting, but chibi is supposed to be cute and big head, small body, but mine is also stylized to have a bit of a different proportion than the traditional chibis. Hold Plus, my normal model has normal proportions, and even if she was flat-chested, she would not be technically represented as lolly, because again the proportions are of an adult-looking creature. It's not tiny. It's not like, I don't have a huge head on the normal model. And this one is also clearly a chibi because, well, nobody would draw a child like this proportions. You want to have the body bigger, you want the eyes to be a bit smaller still. And I don't know, I guess this is just clearly a chibi rather than a child presenting like. I'm very desensitized, so I can barely even recognize them. I don't know if that's sad or not. Yeah. But yeah, that's my explanation. I don't know if it fits or not. I've been seen arguments of both sides. I've heard that lolly itself isn't bad because it's meant to be cute. Lolicon and the sexualization of lolly is what people have problem with. Yeah, I have the problem with sexualizing them. I have the problem of the fact that a lot of lolly presenting people as well are usually succubus, or extremely lewd, or have extremely lewd audience. That's I have problem with that. If you are just lolly because you're cute and you like the Lolita fashion, and you were like, I'm inspired by this, I don't know, demon thing that I saw in anime or whatever, and it has this body, but you're not allowing NSFW and you're actually in character of being a demon lord or whatever the fuck, then sure, whatever, do whatever you want. I'm not gonna judge you. My problem is when it's clearly sexualized, especially in the VTuber industry. Did you know about the new lolly idol? Just don't know. How? Mako dropped the info. Mako brought it up. I did just like well, you just described the one new in there. Yeah, usually very sexualized outfit, usually very uncomfortably childlike proportions. Usually also the person behind would act in a very lewd way, and most of the time from what I've seen, a lot of people are disgustingly lewd if you have a lolly model. What the heck, I completely agree with Mako and this upset me. I want to throw this in. Just watch the new announcement. Yeah. Exactly what you were saying, Tamo. Oh my god, I'm a prophet. The problem I'm saying with anti-Lincoln is that they hate Lincoln. They're fine with sexualizing minor characters that look like an adult. That is something I agree. The character from Dress Up Darling, the female, she is underage and gets sexualized so fucking much, even during the anime itself and outside of the anime, and people do not give a fuck, and I hate that. I hate that there is no respect for the age of the character, even if it's fiction. Technically you can agree that everyone online is fiction because you don't know them in real life, so you're not gonna be able to harm them. So why is acting sexual towards a minor online only is federal offense? I know it's a character, I know it's not real, but if it's stated that they're underage and you are completely fine with sexualizing them or wanking off to them, you are not a good person. I do not want you here. Simply as that. Only looking character is wearing bra and sleeves on her hands, out of his chest and belly exposed. Yep. When it comes to lowest, the age should be what? It's not how much pain. You can disagree with me. If you have a lolly that is usually the problem with that though is that they'd be like, I'm 1800 years old, but it looks like a child. It doesn't really work like that. I just feel like it's an excuse of saying I'm an adult, but I represent myself as a child. If you're gonna say like, oh, I'm a lolly presenting, but I am 20 years old, for example, or like, I don't know, 24, 30, like, you know, human age. Of course, you don't have to be the same age as your model, but if you're gonna go with more reasonable human approach, I would be more okay with it. But my main problem is they're not trying to hide the fact that it's just childlike. Lollies can be like, you can be flat-chested, but you can be looking like a woman, and you can be short and flat-chested and looking like an adult woman. It's much harder to make, yes, but there's literally people who are like that. There's women who are short and they're flat-chested. There's rules to reality, and the issue is when you completely break those rules for the sake of, you know, instead of using an actual reference of a short woman, use a reference of a child. That's where the problem is for me. I don't like sexing of characters. I like about fan service, but I don't find it irritating. I think yeah, I'm not sure now. Most of the lollies usually say that I'm 1800 years old and I came from a galaxy far, far away where I don't grow. So ever since I hit the age 8, my body never grew. So you can fantasize about doing me, but it's legal, I promise. Like, shut the fuck up. I have no respect for that at all. I would be more fine with it if, again, they've done the research, and it's hard. It's hard to draw a short woman that is flat-chested and not be qualified as a lolly. I understand, but if you really, really want it, you can do it, and you can have a normal face. You don't have to have the childlike face. You can have a normal anime face and be a short woman and not be a child. It's not that hard. I heard this happening, although I haven't seen it before myself. I have seen it a few times, especially in the internet, internet and VTubing. Only lollies here is something wild with older women in their 40s looking like they're in their mid-20s. Yeah, because we associate maturity and someone who's older with usually height, or for example, a way to recognize someone who is older is by you know, wrinkles or the way their size is proportioned to their body. And a lot of people start to, like, you know, wear makeup, do some surgery or facial stuff, and they, you know, because they want to look young. That's the point. But the problem, I'm sure even in real life, they're facing the problem of people actually mistaking them for a child because they're short. And yeah, that sucks. I'm not saying it's not, and they have no control of it, and I'm sorry they have to deal with that. But I have a problem if you're not a short person, you know, if you're not below average and you are not flat-chested, and you don't have a baby face, don't be lolly presented for your own sake. At least make them taller if you really want to have the, like, the cute ibu face, and you don't want to have chest because you have complications with your identity. Go ahead, but at least don't make them lolly. Like, don't make them short. That's like my only fucking begging point. That is, unless, you know, I'm saying this in the case of you are not short. And that's why I think the age is more important. What was terrible that you said? There's something. It was actually. I got the point, but yeah, I get I get how dangerous it was. Because realistically, the law would treat them as an adult regardless of appearance. Yeah, yeah, 100%. The law would, but society wouldn't. Society, if you are okay, let's face it as if you are actively trying to present yourself as a child by behavior, by pitching your voice if your voice is not high, by speaking in a very childish manner, by I guess joking about inappropriate stuff while doing all of that, then you are definitely the problem. If you are just a person with high pitched voice and you look like that, then at least do the favor of adding mature features to your face so it won't look like you're actually child representing. And it could be like harder to find with artists, but in the end of the day, if your goal is to not sexualize children and you are like that, there's a lot of biological signs that someone is a child and someone is not a child, no matter their height. But when should those people who are just like that? No, I'm not saying they shouldn't be. They should be ashamed of themselves. There's a huge difference. If I'm gonna show you a picture of a face of a baby and a face of a young teen and the face of an adult, will you be able to tell the difference? Because most people will. We have in a part of the brain we have our face recognition kind of mechanic that also helps us kind of analyze how old someone looks, and that comes that can be represented through art as well. In anime style, yes, it's harder, and it's gonna be a whole ass going through loops, but there's also flat-chested. There's a very rare amount of people who are completely flat-chested and are female, because I'm gonna it's gonna sound horrible, but biologically you have to have some kind of volume. I'm not saying huge huge balloons or something like that. I'm talking like at least cup A, and that's literally for the sake of biologically you have to develop that for the sake of being able to no, for the sake of just having the muscles there actually, and being able to if at some point you decide to have a child, to be able to provide for the child, unless you don't want to, then that's your choice. But biologically there has to be something there, and drawing a complete flat board, usually it's also a huge problem for people who are like that, which is very rare, because if they do want to give birth and take care of the child themselves naturally, it can bring them a lot of medical problems. So even if someone is of age, they're short, they are pretty flat-chested, they're not going to be a complete board. They have to have some volume there. And even if it's the tiniest amount, that would also indicate that this is an adult and not a child, because when we mature, that's when the volume gets in there, and that's just how it is. You can argue about how, well, that doesn't, all bodies are good, and yeah, they're not. I'm not shaming anyone's body, and I'm just speaking on a logical matter. If you want, if you are short and if you are flat-chested, you are at least size A. I think that's the smallest one. That's just facts. Because if you're gonna let a girl and a boy that are toddlers run around, both with the same pants and both with the same haircut, you're gonna have a bit more trouble realizing who's a girl and who's a boy, because it looks the same. Wait, let me backtrack. The next video should have Grandma models, yeah. um, I know how young Asians look. My is 15 looks longer than 25. Yeah, that's also a thing. Again, depends on genes and everything, but there are some things that your body physically changes from being a child and becoming an adult. And if you want to be, your real self and have your model completely represent you in some aspect, height, chest size, then you are more than free to do that. I'm not telling you, "Oh, shame on you, you're a lolly." No, I'm not. Don't immediately look at a model and say lolly if they're flat chested. Um, they're just a lot of ways to avoid that misunderstanding. There's in young looks I'm more. I sometimes a debuff them. What do you mean a debuff? I'm gonna switch ages unless it's really obvious. Very interesting. Now I'm curious. Do you think fiction should have limits on things that can disturb people, such as gore, dark things, for example? I think that having gore or very sensitive topics to happen to a character are important for character development and are also important for the viewer realizing that the world is not all bright and shining. I don't think someone I've been studying at 16 and I'm almost 22. Oh. I didn't know that that's the real thing though. So it depends also on who you've been surrounded by, I guess. I don't know if this will sound racist or not. It's not my intention. I'm saying this ahead. But people, for example, Americans are used to having American people around them, right? So they're used to certain people being certain heights or looking certain way. And then Asian people would be more young presenting because I don't know, culture, genetics, I don't know, I have no explanation. And in the end of the day, they're gonna be mistaken for younger because it's not what the American person sees as an adult. An adult looks to them differently, so they immediately mistake it for a child, the person, right? And I don't know if in Asia, like in Asian countries, they actually do they have the same problem within their own communities, or can they tell? Because if they can't, then my whole point is stupid, and I'm sorry for saying it. But if usually it's with the face recognition mechanic we have in our brain. We are used to things that are around us, and so whenever something changes, we just assume the closest thing we're used to, which in this case would be child presenting rather than adult presenting. Curious, do you think fiction? Oh yeah, okay, back to the fiction thing. It's important to bring those topics into stories, characters, series, whatever, because it happens. People murder, people kill, but I'm not sure about that. I don't think they have the same problem. So I don't know. Maybe I'm full shit. Well, no. There. Anyone can guess the age. Only 4 gens. I'll look the same. Someone mistake me for Annie Hathaway. I did not look anything like her. Yeah. So that's the thing. So in Asian countries, they see white people or whatever you want to say as the same because they don't have the different face recognition, because they're so used to their own kind of face recognition built-in software in their mind that the second someone else comes in, they are putting it in the same box because to them that's how it should look. That's what it is. They are the most familiar, for example, with this person that you said, and then they will compare you to them because that's the only comparison they have. That's the only thing they've been exposed to. I've learned about it in school way back then. So again, not trying to be racist or anything. That's just how the human brain works, from what I know. But anyways, back to gore. It's important to have it, but it's important to also the problem is when it becomes an obsession. If you see someone constantly adding gore scene or rape scenes, it's becoming more of a fetish and an obsession. And obsession leads people to acting in a very bad way and usually acting upon their desires, which is bad in those cases. So I don't think they should be put under any law, but I think that the second someone gives you the warning signs of constantly adding them to their stories or constantly talking about it, or you notice that they constantly are surrounded by it, by like actively surrounding themselves by it, not by, you know, unfortunate luck, you should be concerned for them and also for your own safety as well, because usually those are just early signs. Hmm. Yippee! I'm almost out of tea. Wait. So then another question. Would a horror artist that a lot of gore violence would be an obsession? So horror artists usually it's a coping mechanism. Could be that's not, could be the rare case that they actually have fascination for gore, which depends on the person. Like, you know, if they are doing it because they actually have a connection and obsession that is unhealthy, then I would be cautious about them. But if they do it as a way to deal or to express themselves, their inner selves, which is a bit different, because self-expression can definitely be seen as obsession. But if they have been through a lot of traumatic stuff, or they have been isolated, or they have something happened to them that they view the world in a darker matter, that could be their way of coping, and that could be their way of expressing their feelings about the world and everything around them. So also horror artists are usually don't post anything that harms, you know, themselves. Their main goal is to scare. Their main goal is to create creatures that are not living, or their main point is to I guess use a dark subject to scare you more from it. They don't make things appealing, they make things horrific. They don't justify it, they use the horrible feeling that you get from watching it to help bring the scared feeling, to bring the fight or flight kind of thing, in my opinion. I don't know, others can definitely see it as an obsession and be wary, and there's a reason why a lot of people don't watch it, don't see it. I don't know. You refill the deal net. I'll do it later in a bit. Or an artist that likes to write a variety of things, like stuff or gore or cave. They are part of the story, like they have logical reason to be there, but they have in the story just to shock or don't have any reason to be there. That's a bad thing. And what if they draw because to them it's a fictional, to them they separate it completely from actual gore and horror and react to it differently? Then it's a bit weird to explain, but usually when artists draw some things, they in the gore way, right? Because I like to draw gore from now and here, and I love horror. I love the horror sphere. I like dark stuff, but I would never I have the ability to, separate between fiction and reality, and I'm well aware that a lot of the stuff that I watch people play or stories that I hear are very horrible situations. Um, I guess at that point, you should trust your gut. If someone is just a horror artist and they create really like wonderful but horrific things for the idea of scaring people, then to me that's fine. But if you just see an artist that's constantly posting pictures of dead women, for example, because that's something they want to happen, so that's something that they are longing for, in a way, like constantly posting only that, or constantly posting pictures, for example, of someone else's house, when just walking around to houses or whatever, just because they have the longing idea of, what if I get in? What if I'll do XYZ? What if I'll actually commit? It's a very thin line between fiction and reality to a lot of people, especially online. But if you are a horror artist, it's probably because you know how to strike a nerve and how to make people feel like this is horror, this is scary. Usually the people who you should be most wary about are people who brush it off, or people who are the nicest. Because I watched a lot of documentaries about serial killers and a lot of killers or cases or whatever, and a lot of them would start with an obsession, like not themselves creating the art, but specifically looking a lot at art, or specifically a lot of porn addiction, like what I mean. So it would start from there, but to other people there would be this like very nice person, and the person that you can always rely on, and then behind closed doors they would have those obsession, and of course they would have acted upon them and murdered people. But you should be worried the most if you are trusting person completely blindly, because if someone who has an obsession and doesn't separate from fiction to reality will also make sure that the guilt and the realization that what they're doing is immoral and what they're feeling is immoral, they will hide it from the real world by being this like awesome person that nobody would think would commit anything. And then eventually you will find out that they actually would start with porn addiction most of the time, or extreme addiction and looking at gore stuff, and then slowly it will leak into reality. Wait. Okay, there. Okay. What if they joined because they didn't separate from? Okay. I used to be interested in RPG horror games, and I know sometimes weird stuff can go there, but there's always strong focus on what people playing are comfortable with, and people playing it are comfortable with it, and what they don't want. Because me, I treat fictional gore and horror differently than real stuff. I feel nothing for the drawing because it's fake and not real, but it's different if the person is real and feeling pain. Yeah, you have the separation between understanding that this is a drawing, fictional character, and this is a human, but the intent behind the creation is what we should be wary about more. Because if you're, I don't know, there's happened to be a murder even around your neighborhood, so the police comes in and investigates you and asks like, oh, what do you do for work? And you say, oh, I draw horror stuff, and they show them their stuff. Of course that person is gonna be on the list, pretty much on the suspect list most of the time, because that seems suspicious. A murder happened and you're into that stuff, or like you have interest in it. But usually if they try to hide it, that's where you should be more concerned. And if you're publicly a horror artist, that's probably because you're aware that this is fiction and this is reality, and I just want to bring my interpretation of things, or my attempt at distorting reality or anything, whatever, just my creation into the world. I would trust a person who is more open about their horror obsession, or more open about liking horror stuff and creating horror stuff, other than someone who keeps it a secret and just does it as soon as they're by themselves, looking at um blood or whatever, or you know just stuff that shouldn't be looked at. Mm. Well, that's my opinion, at least. Would someone keep it a secret because they're ashamed of people calling them weird? They would keep it a secret because they're aware it's morally wrong, and they only think it's morally wrong because they believe they would do it. You will not, like, I can read a comic or something and there would be animal brutality and I will be very uncomfortable, but I will go and talk about how I hated that part. But there would be someone who collects comics that has animal brutality in them and doesn't talk about it because they feel ashamed of how much they like it. And then they would go out and see a cat and boom, something snaps in them. That's why I think I would trust more someone who would talk about or like post their horror or whatever stories to the internet, rather than someone who would create a second account, for example, and only on the second account they would talk about how much they're longing for that. Usually as well, people like that, people who you shouldn't be trusting or don't know the difference between reality and art, like fiction at this point, they would create an allies. They would create a different persona. They will associate themselves with that persona and allow themselves to be who they are and admit it to like that to an unhealthy amount. They would say, I want to do this. They would say it on their other account, but then on their main account, for example, there would be this funny person that goes with the flow and does everything to be liked by people. Usually. Again, I'm not an investigator, but that's how I see it. That's what I learned mostly from watching a lot of investigations, is that the signs were all there, but nobody really acted up on them. And usually as well, people who you should be worried about is only after they got really close to you, they get a bit too comfortable in describing what they like. Like, for example, they say gore, but they specify like gore that involves like breaking bones or exposed meat or stuff like that. That's also something to be wary of, because usually the second they lost that understanding of fiction and reality, they will also slowly start losing their sense of immorality about the situation, like how immoral it is to want to do that, and slowly they will start to gloat about it. And usually, actually, I stopped watching cases for a while, but from what I remember, a lot of the killers, it's either feel ashamed, not because what they committed, but because they got caught, or either be so excited because they want to gloat about what they did. So it's only those two sides that I've noticed. Mhm. Clearing the line between fiction and reality, going back to Lacans, would you agree that the line cannot be applied here? It's a bit hard to apply, because we're referring to reality and fiction between streamers. because we are pretty much humans who are manipulating this puppet with our faces, sometimes hands, sometimes other trackers. Um, it's a real person that is talking to you, and a lot of people are extremely lonely, and they break that line of, they don't understand it's fiction because technically it's not, but there's not a line of fiction or reality. There's a line of I guess boundaries, because when you're a streamer, you're a public face at that point. Technically that's what you become, and you need to set boundaries. And a lot of people will, oh wait, yeah, okay. A lot of people will cross those boundaries because they have convinced themselves that they are allowed to. They convince themselves that, oh my god, this streamer is giving me so much attention, that the line starts to slowly fade away. Also, that stories are one way, whereas stream are two way. Whereas streams are two way, they can talk back and stuff. We could play to learn. Yeah. If you, for example, play a community game and there's a chat in the community game and you use the chat and you have a one-on-one conversation with someone who is watching the stream and is also the only one you're talking to in game as a streamer, then they are gonna start to slowly convince themselves they're special and that they're friends and that you are on a different level than viewer and streamer, and that maybe it's okay to slide into the DMs. A lot of people start to blur that line when they donate. They think that, oh, I gave you money, that means that, first of all, not a friend, I'm not just a viewer, I'm a special person. And then secondly, they become more comfortable with demanding for you to do stuff, and then later on they feel like you are obligated to do stuff because they gave you money. Because but not because, but a lot of people think that, oh, I'm paying you, so you are obligated to do XYZ to entertain me. And sometimes it's not even entertain, sometimes it's to satisfy. But a lot of people seem to forget that those are donations. You are donating. Unless I said, oh, if you're gonna donate like 10,000 right now, I'm gonna I don't know, jump off a cliff or something, then, you know, unless I said verbally the goal, and I meant it, of course, and there's like, you know, a quote unquote a verbal contract and a recording, which technically this is, then that's okay, because that meant that you set a goal for them to pay. Okay, you set a service and they paid for that service. But most of the people don't realize that donating to a streamer does not equal them, you know, you are paying for a service. You are pretty much donating for free entertainment, and you are not obligated to do that. And then there's also the like subathon or something like that. When there's goals, you send those goals, but those goals are usually for community. It's not like, oh, I'm gonna come to your house and we're gonna, I don't know, make a cake together. It's not like that. Usually it's something for the community to give back for their support, and usually it's also a way to show appreciation, because I mean, at the end of the day, if you manage to get to goals, that means that you have a pretty good community. So yeah, just I guess in the lolly concept of VTubing, it's no fiction in reality, it's boundaries, and those boundaries are getting crossed extremely fast the second the lolly presenting VTuber is lewd and is attracting a lot of bad characters. Also wait, I need to go refill my tea. BRB. Beep beep. I have warm tea now. Oh wait. Yeah. There's a lot of examples that just problem with boundaries, especially when YouTubers have a lot of boundaries. Sometimes people start crossing those boundaries. Person behind the model. True. Which is quite the issue. And many people just don't get the difference between playing an act of the viewers in reality very often because they don't know that fancy in their life and trying to cling to that. So, forgot I was doing it before talking. People should remember that the VTuber isn't entertaining. I'll come back. Oh, thank you. And I would also like to ask, is there an actual definition of the word lolly? I've been trying to find a solid definition, but it seems to be, maybe Urban Dictionary? I'm not sure. Some say lolly is a child, some say so. So lolly came, I think, from the word lolita, which was a fashion that is very like frilly, very poofy dresses, usually associated with childlike, I think, back then. But that's why, like, it came from the fashion word, I think, and then slowly became a whole thing of its own because it oh, I'm not sure, honestly. I tried looking at the Urban Dictionary classic I found was Lolita. Lolita is fashion, and I think the word lolly itself came from that because it stole the fashion and then slowly but surely it became its own creepy thing that people just took over. I'm not sure. But that's, I don't know, that's what I think maybe. What are you doodling, by the way? I'm from Lolita icon. Lolicon. And then lolly maybe? Yeah, probably. But who knows? It's like, with the same question of where did Sharakan become a thing? Made a birthday book quiz. I want to draw something. Oh, interesting. Good luck with it, Dudum. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. Also, sorry, I'm munching. Urban Dictionary is average if it's calm with this term. Not confused with the percent American definition of it. From what I understand, Lolita is just fashion. But I'm not sure. It was just fashion, but as with everything, the term was wrapped later and changed into its meaning. Oh, on and on. As long as you don't harm everyone, honestly, whatever. But specifically with lolicons, I met a lot of people who are into it, and a lot of them turn out to be really gross people. So Yippee! I guess. Damn, this stream has been going pretty well. A lot of talking. A lot of biking. I want to say a lot of controversial topics, but I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll get cancelled tomorrow. Yeah. I don't really see Rin as a lolly. Rin is very mature presenting. Rin is an adult, yeah. To me at least. So there's an association of bad people with like is why it's like, no, is that just could harm kids? I think it definitely puts kids on much more danger. I think it will it kind of blurs the line, especially online. If you see a lot of lolicon and you're really engaging in it, and suddenly there's a child that is engaging in the same circles, and somehow you come into contact, you might forget how to actually treat them, because to you they're probably just there's no consequence. Let's say. Rin does not like. She doesn't act like a lolly. She's very mature, presenting, with her design. She is flat chested, but her design is no way screaming lolly to me. As bad as this example is, but when I read the first Overload web novel like 13 years ago, in the road the female that didn't come with full god tier items, it really was depicted as a full armor. Oh, don't think I know. Do you have a picture maybe to what you're referring to? Huh? Censored what? Mods can show whether it was censored, but I don't have it open right now. Not be as bad, if not down to obsession or such. I didn't get any notification. Oh, interesting. Would lolly or lolicon not be as bad if not to the obsession or such to where it blurs the line and becomes danger to children? Yeah, I would be more acceptable of it if it wouldn't have put actual children on the internet in danger. Okay, now I got them. Okay, wait. Where's the message? YouTube is censoring him. Start cheating the police or rob a bank. Huh? What do you mean by that? I wonder what word got you censored though. If you say so. YouTube censor system is very interesting. Munch, munch. That's so interesting. What? Oh, my answer to your question? YouTube is weird. I had a strike once because it was back in my with my old model and back then, but I was doing the drunk Hollow Knight White Palace, and I was drinking, of course, and at some point I said fuck you to a viewer or something because either they were nice or I died and I was like, oh, fuck you, because I was upset. And YouTube after a while sent me like a notice like, you're gonna get a strike, you're gonna get a strike. Like, man, I ended up appealing it and I think it's fine, but I find it so funny because it was a few months later, a few months after. YouTube not like the effort, not in the 10 seconds. But it wasn't even in the 10 seconds. I'm not sure if someone just reported it or something, but oh well. I've heard a lot of people have as you would guess, a lot of people with YouTube. Oh my god. So apparently I got Twitter Blue for the sake of helping monetizing the channel, and not channel, the Twitter account, and also being able to write longer paragraphs. And when I got it, you had the ability to hide the blue checkmark, right? And I didn't do the checkmark verification thing because I don't want to send my ID or my face to Twitter. And now they're deleting that. They're taking it down, so you won't be able to hide your checkmark anymore. I don't have a checkmark technically because I'm not sending my info over to them, but it's quite interesting. I wonder what the decision behind that is. Drop. Wait. I know a lot of people making vids that censor themselves for the first 5 minutes. Otherwise, I could fix your job in the search. Yeah, which. I'm curious. Why do people want to hide the checkmark? It includes indicates you money to Twitter. Yeah. Kinda. It's just avoid getting bullied because you're paying a subscription. Which again, you can have different morals on to pay a big corpo or whatever. But in the end of the day, Twitter is something I use a lot, and also it's so weird. In a way, if a lot of people pay them and they make enough of it, then they won't need to roll a lot of ads, which is also good for the people that just can't pay. And if you're just not paying because you're like, I'm not being a corporate and I'm gonna bully everyone who does, then go fuck yourself. I pay for YouTube Premium even though they're fucking rich, because at some point I also hope that they will not be depending so much on advertisement and will fuck off with their stupid rules for children. Well, I think it's just because of an old debate, because the checkmark meant something before. Yeah, also true. Sometime, wait. I think YouTube had a thing in its policy that the first 5 minutes are first 10 It's the first 10 minutes. For some people, for some time it was associated with really creepy people. Still is sometimes. Yeah, it's first 10 minutes. Which is fine technically. I mean, you don't have to swear, but if you already, I mark my streams are not for children and for 18 plus, just for the sake of like being able to swear. But it's so annoying because, you know, if you mark your content for a mature audience for the sake of like, oh, I'm swearing and I'm not gonna, you know, do anything NSFW, but I want to be a normal person, and they'd be like, well, you did that, good for you, but please don't swear. So dumb. I don't know if the blue check mark was associated with bad things. I think that people just really hated Elon Musk for a while now, and I don't know, man. Maybe I think that's pretty much it. They just hate Elon Musk and they see a big corpo as a bad thing, which, I mean, I'm not saying it's not, but a lot of people are very upset with advertising a lot. So if you are really that upset with ads, or ads getting so much more annoying, either pay up and stop complaining, or push other people to pay, so it will balance out and people will not need to advertise as much. Not need to, but platforms will not depend on advertising. Could have requested YouTube to do that because they want the ads to be reach as many as possible. Advertisers don't want to put ads on non-kid friendly shit, like you know, cursing is non-kid friendly, overly sexualized stuff, mature stuff, you know, alcohol, blah blah blah. That's just stupid. There's no real reason to do that besides we want to target the children, even though we have an app dedicated to it and a whole ass site, but we don't want to monitor that, so we're gonna advertise to children here, even though this is not a platform for children, which is fucking stupid. If a parent, oh, that was loud, sorry. If a parent is so responsible to let the kids roam around YouTube for so long watched, you know, unmonitored or whatever, and YouTube actually, the whole thing, like why YouTube had to pay up or, you know, do the rule change, is because they were gloating about it so much. Like, they were so happy about how much children they have on the platform. They were talking about it in interviews and whatever. So that's just stupid. Corporate pros and abuse, serious, I'll abuse it. Additionally, reach for check marks and validity. Just to give. It used to give to spread misinformation and lies. Oh. Well, I mean, I just don't get the idea of pay us up and you get a check mark, because the check mark was for special accounts, like, you know, the big people that you could that could get impersonated. So would you get a check mark or whatever? And it's very weird now. I don't know why the decision was to just make it for everyone. Don't see that as an appropriate thing. Pee-pee. let's see, what other topics can we talk about? Hmm. We went from VR chat to politics to VTubers to lollies to idol. No, VTubers, idol, lollies. Twitter now. Oh no, horror artist and then Twitter. It's made a real damage to many companies, and Elon started doing something about this. Only way to hit him. Yeah. He did the the fucking company checkmark thing. Like the golden one. Which is such a waste of money. I have no clue. I have no clue why would someone need it. Well, I understand the companies need it because, you know, they make money in a lot of ways. The affiliate thing is one of the best features in there. But a free insulin joke was good. I don't think I understand that. I don't think I saw that, honestly. I wonder what drama has been happening in the VTuber community. I have returned. Welcome back. FLBRB music is very upbeat. Oh, is that a bad or a good thing? I don't know what topic to talk about next. He's good. Yeah, yay. Someone made an account with blue checkmark impersonating biggest company producing insulin and tweeted that from now on it will be free. Interesting. Didn't that happen a while ago? Yeah, it was just explaining me the joke because I brought it up. I love this song. Oh, I remember it being on so many React channels or compilations back in the day, like Vine compilations or something like that. I love messing with my model. And the company took a massive drop in their value, 10% or so, but honestly I don't care about them. They have 10% margin on the products or even more. It was right after introducing Blue Check Monster, for everyone willing to pay. That is kind of funny. I see the hype. Oh yeah, chat is above me. If it's an insulin corporate, then I deserve all the jobs I get. Fair enough. I'm out of the loop. Yeah, same. One recent drama that I hear about. The Tora drama. Um. Oh, dog. Oh. Um. What drama do I remember last from the VTuber community? Something about Nietzsche, probably. Um. Borf. 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 Meow. My cat never meows though. He's not too loud. Only when he wants to come in to the house. He goes meow. Meow. I can hear him from my room actually whenever he's outside and he wants to come in. You can run above by my art bots people. Recently I got 7 for them. Oh, I have 2 of them in my DMs. I'm waiting for them to respond. I have had the best respond so far, which is, sorry I'm poor, but I have my commissions open. Can you commission me? Usually I don't get a response. Only beat VTuber drama. I can recall recently is the whole nature Sunday thing. It never really went away, and honestly both sides sucks. I don't support Niji in any way, but it's funny that the signs were here all the time. Like, a lot of shit got out before Doki, and then after the way they handled Doki, shit started to hit the fan only because she attempted, and that's horrible. I'm not making fun of that in any way, but people only cared when a life was in danger and not before that, when it was clear. Like, there were so many clear signs that the company mistreats their talents and takes advantage of them and overworks them, and people, Niji haters, only cared once the Selene situation happened, and Niji lovers don't really care. Honestly, I don't know. Niji was what got me into VTubers, so it brings me down to see them sinking. It could. I definitely understand why you would think that, but they are sinking for their own actions and consequences, and at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure most of them will be like, most of the popular ones, or the yen ones at least, will be adopted by the shoujo like they have been. Recently disturbed though, yeah. Yeah, it had to go to that line for people to start talking about it. Not even that, for people to actually be mad, for like companies to start withdrawing. I mean, there were so many signs with the Mista saying that they were only getting like 2 to 3% of merch payment, and with some of them having to take hiatus for overworking themselves so much. And then like, there was a lot of with Selene's art context that she had to pay for herself. It sucks that only after an attempt that, thank God, was failed, people started being like, oh, you're actually a bad company, and I don't want to support you anymore. Like, the signs were there, you were just ignoring them, let's be honest. Mr. said it was brown. Someone defending company said it was whole 2 or 3. Oh my god, you read so much difference. I just I don't know. I stopped the second I heard, like, you know, how much they're making. I didn't stop completely following any Ninja Sanji anything unless it was on like huge drama or something like that, so everyone would talk about it. But it's clear that you're not gonna get along with everyone in a generation, and you are not gonna be welcomed by fans if you're just not. I don't know. liked by their Oshi. I remember something with fuck, what was her name? What was her Niji name? The mother, she was the Niji mom, technically, the Russian one. I forgot. But in her graduation stream, she said that, or before graduation actually, I think, she said that the three girls were pretty much bullying her. Like, they would call without her and they would hang out without her, intentionally excluding her when she was trying so hard to connect with them. And of course, on the stream later on, she said that it was way back in the start, and it took a few months, but they started to connect or whatever. But I have a feeling that was just for the sake of, you know, saving face, and that in reality they only loved her when they were live, and then after that they would just completely ditch her or exclude her again. And again, a lot of signs, a lot of how people were treated, and I don't even care about like fan drama or like why people didn't like her fans or whatever, but it's just, it's so depressing to know that it takes a failed attempt for people to be like, actually I don't like you, even though I saw the signs before, but yeah, I don't like you. Like, please, you're not a hero. I never thought Diane was lying, to be honest. I don't want to believe it. I was very uncomfortable with Zion's comments on a lot of things, but she doesn't deserve the hate she got. Her letter was intentionally formed in a way that would get her a lot of hate, and a lot of the reasons that she quote-unquote breached stuff or whatever was for stupid jokes. I fully don't support her Shota comments or her SA joke, but she grew and she realized, she has apologized ever since, and she has realized that she made a huge mistake. And I personally, I was there for the termination, and I was really upset about it, like about her behavior specifically. But she's a human, she's allowed to make mistakes, and I think that, like, after the whole Kenji fans started attacking her, I decided to follow her finally. Sayu, I think is her name now. It should have ended with Sayu, yeah. And then Sayu got a bit of juice for her. Justice, I mean. A lot of people apologized to her and renewed contact with her after neutral. Obviously, Dan was lying, I just didn't believe it. When you are involved with something, it's hard to take a step back and listen to. Just and listen to other side, and even allow yourself to think that you might be wrong. Unfortunately, Doki's attempt was what took me to see. Really? The Niche answer was bad, but that fully opened my eyes. I was always questioning, like, why do people follow Niji, because they were pumping out talents all the time. They were not really doing any good PR movements. Their talents seemed to get a lot of shit for a lot of stupid stuff. But it's very depressing to see that people are so desperate to support an org to the point they are willing to bet an eye. And I get it, I get you, like, you're like, oh, there's probably more to the story that I don't know of, and probably deserved because there's a contract and it is a company. But, you know, a company would only if you are dealing with a petty manager, you will get a termination like she got. And she was dealing with a lot of petty people. I wasn't in VTuber community when Zion story came out, or I was very new and wasn't really interested in it. I'm back. What I missed? We're talking about Niji. Sorry. Cough. Zion. Right now we're talking about Zion and the whole Niji situation. I personally have forgiven her for her very bad taste jokes, and I have personally, I only heard about her getting doxxed by Kenji's fans and him not properly censoring it on the VOD as well, or not taking responsibility for his community. That he's the like he's the face of the community. She should, you know, at least apologize and do better in monitoring it. But a lot of people were immediately like, she's inserting herself into all of the like situations. She's so like out for cloud. But if we're being real, the Doki situation was definitely related to her because she has gone through the same goddamn treatment. But people were still signing with the bad corporate because they washed her name so badly. Like, they were like, oh, well, she joked about really fucked up things, and yeah, you shouldn't have stayed in the company, I agree with that, but there was definitely a lot of bullying, and besides the jokes, I don't think she did anything wrong while being with Nietzsche. Yeah, and then she, when Kenji had the whole, like, breakdown on stream because someone doxed him or whatever, she was like, yeah, it's horrible, but karma fucking hits hard, doesn't it? Or something like that, right? Because he did it to her by some of his viewers were sending out her IRL info and her address in his chat, and he did not do anything about it. And then later on he uploaded the VOD with the same info, not censoring it. So of course it's his responsibility. I don't care if it's he has no control over the people in this community. Yeah, but you can censor it and you can ban the people. You should have a monitoring team that does that, and if you don't, then you sit your ass down and clean it yourself. But doxing in general, just horrible. I don't get the hype of, oh my god, look, this is the person that doesn't feel comfortable with showing their personal stuff or your face online. Let me expose them because I'm such a good person. That was pretty new in the company as well, as far as I know. Yeah, she was like 3 months in. Yeah, there is some control. No. Yeah. So the doxing is always gonna be commonplace if you have an internet presence. Yeah. Also, one of my main concerns, I'm always so concerned about people finding out stuff or whatever. Oh, it's one of the worst thing about being a public face. Non-information about me online. I try to separate personal and like everything that could have doxing information. It's not mine technically, it's my mother's, and it's, you know, Facebook pages or whatever, but I'm in no way mentioned in it in my, you know, Tomo name or whatever, because it's not something that I bring into my personal life. And that's the purpose of mods, yeah, to keep community behavior, not do any bad stuff. Yeah. And even, fine, he didn't have mods in the second, and the chat went fast, I didn't realize. Already bad. But, first of all, he's a big creator. There's no way he didn't have mods. And second of all, he uploaded the VOD. He's the one who has access to the VOD. Why not either cut that part or censor it? Doxing is scary, horrifying to me. Just the idea that dozens or hundreds, maybe even more, could just storm my house in any moment. It all depends, right? Because there's people who do normal streaming, like with a face cam, and there's, you know, the public figures like PewDiePie, for example. Everyone knows how he looks, everyone knows how his wife looks, everyone knows that he has a child, and he posts vlogs about them. But he lives in Japan now. But even before that, of course, he had a lot of problems. People would leave packages outside of his house, which is fucking terrifying. Or they would just come in, like, you know, wait for him by the gate. that's scary. And frankly, yeah, it's a risk that a lot of people who do normal streaming have to take accountable for. Well, not accountable, take in consideration when showing their face. If you don't live in a gated community or in a secure area, don't do it. It's not worth it. It's terrifying thought. Yeah. It's not even that. So we're talking about physical assault, right? Like someone in real life coming to you and like either throwing something or forcing you to hang out with them, which is also technically assault because you don't want to. But falling as a ball into a noodle. Horrifying part of being space. Yeah. But wait, what do I want to say? Oh, okay. So like a lot of people are complaining like, oh, you're a VTuber. Oh, why not do this normal streaming? Or probably just little blah 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 blah. A lot of people who do actual streaming, like Pokimane, for example, she had to deal with a lot of deepfakes on corn sites. Of her, a lot of private discords that were photoshopping her into corn images and stuff like that. Not simply because they had her face. So a lot of females especially who wants to, like, I prefer VTubing because of a lot of reasons, but also because of the anonymity. And the only thing you can really judge me off is my voice and you know what I'm saying, of course. But besides that, I feel much safer like this. And yes, there's the anxiety of oh my god, what if my cam will show? But I'm using wireless connections and I'm doing all the you know, there's very little chance that something will go so wrong that my actual camera will show, because I'm not using a camera that is physically connected to the computer. And even if I open the cam on the cam app on the PC, you'll see nothing because I just don't have any camera connected. But yeah, it's just the gross reality of being a female on the internet. You will be sexualized just for simply being a female. I've never seen a guy complain about having deepfakes or any AI video of them being put into porn. I just horrible. Even Nikachu, someone who used to be in the SMP, German SMP thing and was horribly bullied. She had to deal with private discords that sending nudes of her when she was underage or when she was of age and deepfakes, and her moms just took over and had to look through all of that to, of course, support it and take it down. But it was, of course, she's a semi-big creator, I would like to say. To me, she's a big creator, but if we're comparing to a huge amount of like the other female streamers, then she's a semi-big creator. And yeah, she has the lack of, you know, having an awesome moderator team, and they took the they took the hit themselves and did the scavenging themselves, because I mean, I could not imagine having to go through sites and be like typing your own name and then finding like deepfakes of yourselves. No, thank you. It's like if they come here in person and try robbing or kidnapping, that's gross. Yeah, 9 out of 10 ways which can be. Thank you. People are horrible. Yeah, it's not only that. It's the whole toxic mind of the fandom, right? So, for example, if we're going back to Nikachi, she was very in touch with Wilbur, right? And Wilbur blew up. Like Wilbur with the Dream SMP, he blew up because he made the whole storyline or whatever, and people watched him a lot. And she was on his team, and they were also doing a lot of streams together. So she started to get a lot of hate for simply just talking to him They were never really in a relationship from what I'm aware, but he was very affectionate towards her because it got clipped, and that means more attention. And she always seemed very uncomfortable with it to me, but it got to the point where the Dream SMP fans, of the male fans, would come into her chat on stream and start like being so like disgusting, like cursing on her and telling, like being extremely rude, treating her horribly. And then of course she had to get more mods, and the mod, like they had to fight back so much because of the amount of hate. And she just broke down on stream one day because she just couldn't take it. And it just shows that no matter in what space you are, there's always, like, if you make that one mistake of interacting that one person who has the crazy fans, you're gonna take the hit. You're gonna be sunken, or at least someone will attempt to sink you. I guess it's also why a lot of people are wary of who to collab and why. Especially, for example, the situation with, what's her name was? The green-haired girl from Hololive. The one that later on became Nazuna. Rushia, okay. Even if she was married, which we now know she was or whatever, people went batshit crazy the second they even thought about the idea of her having a personal life and having a lover, to the point where some would threat to like kill themselves and do other shit. And just because she is in a relationship, you know, she's a horrible person, you know, a lot of came out, and yeah, everyone realized that. But it's upsetting to know that a lot of people will support you only with the idea that they can get with you, and the second they realize they don't, they either put themselves or you in harm. And it goes even the other way. If you're affectionate with, for example, male streamer in my case, and they have a lot of like female fans and they're very toxic, then I'm putting myself at risk of being pretty much harassed every day or every time I'm live. Of course, we're talking about a not a real situation here, but it's just the reality of how parasocial people get, especially with streamers or YouTubers, because you're only seeing one side of people. Especially YouTubers, you can edit the video. You don't have to be live. When they're live, they're usually very cheery, very like, you know, good PR kind of. But behind closed doors, or when they get into podcasts, and you know, slowly they can open up about the opinions, some people don't like that. And it's a bit harder to do when you're live, because a lot of VTubers, especially indie VTubers, will not be playing a character. There's some that would, I'm not saying they're not. And of course, you can do whatever you want, but a lot of streamers, what they would do is just they would boo themselves. I'm using this pretty thing or whatever, but if I want it or not, I'm the one who's using it, and I don't like playing characters, so I'm just being honest. But it shows how desperate some people are for attention and love. Wait. What most I have to deal with is being called slurs. Interesting. I really don't get why people care about who talks with who. I think I heard about this Purcell, yeah, Russia. For that situation, I think was because the idol culture in Japan. Yeah, 100%. I definitely blame the idol culture. Also, I would blame Hollow Knight themselves, not Hollow Knight, Hololive themselves for not handling the situation at all. they pretty much left her to be eaten by those fucking monsters. Though I now know she's not a good person, but I'm talking solely in that situation. Might have been, to be honest, GFE has terrible consequences. Oh, the girlfriend experience, yeah. That's especially a problem with Japanese audience. Yeah, it is. Some people just think things beyond boundaries. VTubers have their own personal life, viewers have to jump into creepy. Personally prefer people who are just themselves on team, but being lovey-dovey is an easy way to grow up. Oh, yeah, like Adion's way? As we saw in another example. It's not even that, it's just VTuber sphere right now is filled from mainly male dominant audience, and a lot of them are people who want attention, crave attention. They pretty much have nothing going from them. I'm talking about the type that would romanticize about being with a streamer, or like or they would get to the extreme of DMing the person, like, or claiming them as their own because the person is nice, for example. I'm not necessarily talking about the girlfriend experience. I'm talking about just someone is being affectionate, and then that's when all hell breaks loose, because the second you're nice to someone who's deprived of anything, you're probably gonna, to them, you're gonna be an exclusive item, and of course clearly you're not, but it's just something to deal with, something you always have to take into consideration online. VTubers in my eyes should be real people with feet out of it. Yeah, boy. It is odd. If those people did focus more on a relationship with friends or partners, they would probably be better off and wouldn't engaging with this behavior. Yeah, we are talking as well. This example with Russia is from the idol kind of culture, and the idol culture itself is full of SAs. It's full of abuse. It's full of exploits. Women are getting treated very badly. There's a huge pressure on every talent to be as thin as a stick. There's just, that culture as a thing is awful. And one of the things is that they're not allowed to be publicly in a relationship because they're saved for the fans, which is stupid, because if I'm a fan of someone, right, and I see that they got married or they have a relationship and they're very happy, I'm happy for them. I'm happy they're happy. I have never thought, like, oh my god, we're gonna get married someday. Of course, like, keep your fantasies to yourself and whatever, and you can do whatever you want in your head, but keep it real. You're not gonna be nailing any of those idols. To be honest, what hooked me up into watching VTubers was the feeling of being recognized. I like that in my life a lot, and feeling like I belong in the community. But I never thought that I am someone special, or even tried to slide into someone's DMs or do anything like that. Just a disgusting. It's what I like about Halloween, because those videos came from a different culture and didn't have. Yeah, and there was the whole Halloween thing recently with Mafu, I think their name is, like the twins, is that they were doing a reaction to the promo video of the event they had, and when the Holostars came, aka men, both of them shut up, like they immediately stopped talking. When the second before they were like going crazy for all the females, and I lost respect for them for that. I would watch a lot of clips of them or whatever, but the second that happened, I dropped them immediately because I find it disgusting. Males are welcome in this sphere and they do belong in it. And the country is okay for the sense of belonging, but it should stay to that and not become an obsession. And definitely not thinking the VTuber belongs to you. Yeah. If your sole interaction with the VTuber is through chat, and you've never been, in a call with them, or you've never played a casual game with them when they're not streaming, or don't feel, to be on streamer mode, and you're actually friends, like you feel comfortable reaching out to them in DMs, then that's fine. I'm not saying, obsess over them and like, oh my god, we're talking to DMs, I can marry her now. No. Be normal. But we're just people. A lot of us come here to make friends or create communities that are safe for us. But don't treat us like objects. We're not objects. We are not here to be selected from and chosen from. And it's not okay that people think that it is. It's very upsetting that the Japanese, audience is so normalized to it because of the idol culture. But yeah, don't do it. I think there should be a line between romantic things and marriage. Yeah, 100%. Treat people with respect. That's literally the bare minimum of anyone. Ben's mindset is to treat VTubers professionally and like people with feelings and thoughts. Japanese idol culture is a bit of a cancer. It is. It's very, very bad. Yeah, I'm very happy with Aloy Ian. I love the fact that they're actually entertaining. They're not very sexual. They're just doing whatever the fuck they want and enjoying it. I'm glad it. Of course, there's limitations, and it is a corpo, but they're not really idol experience. Well, I don't know about JP idol culture. I wouldn't. The whole it's really scary, just extremely. No, it's very. It's literally is just obsessing over mostly underage people, and usually it's old creepy men come to those concerts. Sometimes it's very rare to see women in it unless you're the idol. We're talking about the real life, not the VTuber. There's a lot of exploits in it. A lot of idols are sold to rich people to sleep with. A lot of them are treated almost like sex slaves because of that. They're not allowed to sleep with whoever they want to. They're also SA'd a lot. Some of them, there's a few cases of some that took their life, and then in the letter they called out the companies and who did what to them. Some idols, it's forbidden to be in any kind of relationship because it's of popularity. Yeah. It's also the reason why Mofoko shut up the second the males came into screen, because they have a lot of JP audience. I think they themselves are from JP. Or at least they know JP and a part of the huge culture. But pretty much, yeah. The whole reason they shut up is because a lot of their audience are males, probably very obsessive, and either way they got heat. But it's stupid. They're from the EN branch, and everyone who was in that stream with them, they were of course cheering for the male VTubers, and were acting the same for everyone. That alone is speaking a lot about the GP. Japan is very idolized, and just in general as a place, you know, after the whole anime became popular, and just with all the stuff you can go and see. But in Japanese culture, it's pretty like there's a reason why in Japan there's a woman only train card thing, and train assaults there on women are very common. Um, nobody the punishment for SA is very low in Japan, like stupidly low, like criminally low almost. Um, it's just it's pretty scary. A lot of men don't know how to behave themselves. Some would spit on women. There's a few stories of men taking hair from down there and putting it on a woman when they are not looking. Like there's a shit of like a shit ton of stories of perverted men just straight up harassing women on the train or in public spaces. So like you know what, that's stupid. I think people should be restricted when it comes to their personal life. If they want to jail, to fall in love, it's to fall in love. It's the and a company should have. Yeah. Well, that's the industry though, Dan. I get it. You're like, love, love is good, whatever. But that's the industry, and you're going in it knowing it. You want to do it because if you succeed, you get a lot of money, but it's not worth it. Not a lot of the people who go into the idol industry know exactly what is happening behind the curtain, and they still choose to proceed. Really, I had the conditioner always had fun. Please, because this was when one is made the condition. Not only if you get it in court. They should still have the same chance to be with you by the single person. Being single is not something that should be provided community. Yeah, it shouldn't. I'm sure a lot of crimes are either overlooked or not pursued. Yeah, a lot are not reported, and if they are reported, the jail time for them is stupidly low. Here we're talking about SA. It's very important to especially with Japan. I mean, I also idolize Japan, and of course I want to visit. But there's all those wonderful places, and a lot of people don't learn. A lot of people don't learn about the dark side of Japan and how to keep yourself safe, especially if you're a female traveler and by yourself. It's very important that before you go into your dream definition, whatever, like dream country or stuff, that you also make sure to research stuff like that, like just culture, I guess how they look at how they look at SA, how they deal with it. That's also important. I'm sure a lot of crimes are either okay, yes, that is how it should be, but others in GP are often looked as object of desire, and the thought of them having private life of being with someone is destroying that view. Paris syndrome is a good example. Paris syndrome? That Paris assumed the place of like love and whatever, but in reality it's a really bad place. And that is why how idols are viewed, changing how they viewed. Oh, how does a view changing how they're viewed will change the equality of their life, the quality of their life. Sorry, I struggle with that one. But yeah, I agree. The idol culture in Japan, and there's it's hard to explain, but as much as we want to say that Japan is this perfect place, um it's not, and we have to stay real and realize that people are people. There's bad, there's good, and there's a lot of bad stuff in Japan as well. There's a lot of people you'll see who are gonna be walking drunkenly or sleeping on the street because they're passed out because they overdrink. You're probably gonna see a lot of sex being sold everywhere as well. That's something that happens. People going into Paris, especially GP people, are having mental breakdowns when visiting Paris because of how much different it is from their view. Yeah, every place the country has its dark history. Japan's always used through rose-lit tinted glass. Yeah. And I still admire Japan. I'm not I'm never gonna get set foot in Japan or something like that. I mean, I'm learning Japanese now, and I want to know about the culture. But it's important to stay real and honest. You have to realize that not everything is just candy, and the world is better. Is every country about its darker side? That might be horrible, given thought of, but it is real and it is there. Yeah. And it's mainly the way they culturally approach the train assaults is horrible. I read once that a girl, like, she was working in JP as a caregiver for older people, and then of course she was American, and they asked her, how do you say it, because there's a word in Japanese for train perverts, and then they asked her, oh, what's your word for it? And she was like, we don't have a word for it. And they were confused because to them it's so normal. Same can be said about the US. Some viewed as the land of the free and equality for everyone, but really an issue with equality need to be worked on still. Yeah. Oh my god, it was perfect. Great timing. I wish that I could write an essay about my home country and Britain and how stuff is messed up. That people don't know. Nothing wrong here. Oh no. Yeah, and land is always perfect. No place is perfect. There's no such thing as a good country. There's no such thing as a perfect country because we're all human and we're not perfect. Especially when we're given power or when we realize we have free will and we don't have to obey the law. We just do. You have to realize that there's a difference between America, for example. Yes, horrible, fucking sad that they're taking women's rights from them and that you guys don't have healthcare. But collectively as a culture, you will not approve of a essay happening on train. When we're talking about moral stuff, there's a lot to discuss again because, well, abortion, some pro, some not pro. I get both sides. Of course, I think that a person should abort if they want to. They do not owe you any excuses, but there's a moral question here, right? Because there's a religion view, there's non-religious view, there's a health view. When we're talking about this case in Japanese culture, is how appropriate it became that nobody's questioning it anymore. It's important to learn from past mistakes so we can do better. Just more. I know that US are messed up as well. Let's just get rid of free will and then jeez. Okay, the thing is with healthcare is that money has come from somewhere, which means higher taxes. Nothing is truly free. Yeah. Morals are subjective and many people don't get that. Yeah, but if my private healthcare is 5 times cheaper than yours, there is some problem. If I may disagree, morals should be objective. That's true. But is it okay to have morals that make you okay with assaulting someone or hurting someone or taking your life? If you believe something to be morally correct, then you should push for it. That's true. That's, I think, why there's a huge. Oh my god. Let's see. I'm gonna take it a dog. Let me catch up. Some words can be objective, but some really can't. Perhaps a comment, but really can't. You can say murder is objectively immoral and punish all who did, but then you ran into the issue if someone did it with self-defense. You can't find what was trying to kill them. For defending their life, morals depend on how you work. Race depend on your surrounding. Something moral might be complete barbarism for you. In my eyes, and tell me if I'm wrong, if you if your morals are correct, then God will guide you and prove them proper. But then the question is, what if you believe in God? What if you think that believing in God is immoral? Because religion brought a lot of hate into our world. What if I don't believe in God? What if my moral is based on more benefiting the people as a whole? There's a lot of views and a lot of ways we're brought up, but objectively as humans, we don't believe that assaulting someone is good. We don't think that shooting someone is good. And then there's the few bad apples that, of course, still do it because their morals are quote unquote corrupt. And we have different values of morals, right? But at the end of the day, as a collective, most will be against assaulting rather than pro it. No, I don't want to talk about this. It's just very touchy. Okay. Are we talking? Wait, are you talking about morals? Is it touchy or the religion one? Just something rather very Sarah Benton. And that's okay. I mean, it's your opinion. You're you're not necessarily wrong. I see where you're coming from. But there's also a lot of what ifs or what abouts that can break that opinion. None of the pledges will not like to mean in any way, shape, or form. If Toma is alright with the topic, I just note that it might bring a lot of bad things. I don't mind discussing it, but it's fine. If it's a touchy subject for you, I don't really care. No, I don't have to make anyone cut or any conversation. Don't want. I misread that. Anyways. Oh, the dog is back. God damn it. She keeps, we don't know why, but she keeps barking. And then, she keeps barking, and then, of course, I take it her to me. But then she's asking to leave. Oh, now she's back. And I need my door closed in case someone's talking outside, you know? STVD. I'm not uncomfortable. I just said too many people couldn't file as soon as religion was mentioned. Understandable. I do have a complicated relationship with it, or had. But I've come to terms with it. She does not want One Piece. The guy has no idea what it wants. Yeah, no. Who don't know what Dogo wants? Anyway, triggering clears. I'd like to finger on PSU. We are. Oh my god. Wait, is this from Animal Crossing? Yeah. I used to play it. So my first introduction to Animal Crossing was actually New Horizons. I pre-ordered the game, which was my first time pre-ordering a game on Nintendo. And then I was like, oh well, why can't I play it? Huh? I paid give money, a gift game. And I didn't realize what pre-order was, and I was like, oh, I need to wait because the game wasn't released yet. The topic is not touching. I know some people can just act very feral. Breaking my desk right now at this second. How dare you? You don't hear the dog anymore, right? I took my anger on her. Oh, the worst. I don't remember how long I played Animal Crossing though. How long did I play it? I played it for like a good 2 months, because it was, no, actually more, because it was the start of the pandemic, literally. And then started the pandemic, and I was following a lot of people. That was back when I was still on Instagram, and there were a lot of tips and life hacks, and people were trading the Nook Miles stuff, right? So I would be more I would be in it more for the sake of, winning the competition against people online. But in reality, I couldn't really play it because it would be Sundays that the tulip lady would come in, right? And the whole monopoly is that you buy tulips when they're cheap and they sell them when she sells them high. But not cheap, but like she sells them to you on Sunday morning. At the set price, you can't change that. And then throughout the week, you can go and check what prices they're sold at because each day it's different. And then you would want to sell it at a higher price than you bought it. But I couldn't get into that monopoly, so and my only way would be to cheat because for us Sunday is a work day and back then I had school. So what I did was I tried to cheat. Wait, no. Did I? I definitely tried to cheat, but I don't remember if I was in school back then or not. But I remember trying to maybe take my Switch with me. That didn't work. And then what I ended up doing was cheating, changing the time. But that felt, not fun anymore. That took the fun out of the game. And then I would try to get like into events or whatever, but again, just me. And then I slowly stopped playing, of course. Stock Monkey goes brrr in Animal Crossing. Yeah. I mean, it's also it's interesting because I remember people like posting their very pretty houses, right? And then I would look at mine and I'm like, man, that sucks. I don't know why. I could never really design something that is cute or beautiful. I never had a Switch. I was too poor for that. Oh, damn. What? That's one sentence to make me feel bad. And I remember I was really longing for a Switch, right? And then I think I got it as a maybe New Year's present or something like that. Or a birthday present, could be more. And I don't remember what I played on it. I got some games with it. And I just played like Splatoon 2 and other kind of known Switch games. Minecraft, Lego City. It's very interesting. Back then, we would at least celebrate birthdays. Now birthdays just don't really have a meaning to me. It just feels like another day, honestly. I also stopped like telling people my real birthday. I have the birthday in my VTubing is a completely different one. But yeah, it's very very I don't know, nostalgic to reminisce about birthday gifts for some reason. And I never had a Switch. Don't be. I was an adult when it was released, so no big deal, I guess. Anyway, I might be able right now to catch up on those things. Yeah, only buy a Switch if you're sure you're gonna play with it, because mine is just sitting. Not really being touched. My first Switch game was some game with Firefox in it, also Breath of the Wild. Oh, Breath of the Wild, right? That's the game I wanted to play. I also played Pokemon Go, Eevee, of course. I didn't like the Pikachu one. Hamster. I like to save to have stuff. If you're gonna buy a Switch, wait for a Switch 2. Oh. It was him. I didn't know they were releasing the Switch too. But I'm more into I was never into Pokemon. Like when I was a child, it wasn't a girl's thing, so I wasn't really allowed it. And then I played Let's Go. Yeah. Or as we in Holland, Onion. I don't know mine because Onion has a lot of layers, and your you having stuff means that you have a lot of layers of shit. Just random stuff. No? Okay. Never mind then. Um what Animal Crossing Switch Brain Cobra. Oh right, I was never allowed like to be into Pokemon kind of. Because it was viewed as more of a guy thing. And then I never really had a Wii. Not a Wii, but like, any of the Nintendo DS's or stuff like that. I did have a Wii actually, but very little use. So I got into video games only in my teens. Mainly when I got my own computer and made my online friends. I don't even remember how I made them, to be honest. And so that's how I got into video games. Around when I was an early teen, and then I kind of stopped playing for a while actually because, well, no, I didn't really have a computer that could run a game well. I maybe had a laptop at some point that I could run it on, but it was mostly used for like coding stuff, which I never proceeded. It's everyone is culture thing. Oh, I see. Was Pokemon viewed as a guy thing? I thought it was more of a kid thing for dedicated players are collecting. Could be at age 3. Oh. My dad usually was the one to have a PC, or like the guys in the family. But yes, in our area culture, whatever. Pokemon was viewed as a guy thing. Video games were viewed as a guy thing. Only card games I think would be the thing that we would be allowed to have, because it's me and my sister. We don't have any male siblings. And so I guess I was always into technology, but it's nice to have gotten into it in my teens. I started playing Minecraft, I think, as my first game actually. I broke my first family 7 times. I was a smart kid who had exceptional observation. As you needed to do is go into bias when I was around once. Oh. And then what I done there, no one knows. Actually, wait, I remember. Okay, so I had a PC set up in my room at some point. Pre-teens, early teens, I'll say. And there was this thing, Webkins. I don't know if anyone remembers it, but I had so many. And eventually, of course, I lost the password, but I would be obsessed over it. Me and my sister would have it. And back then it was very active, so you would play with other players and you would feed your webkins and you take care of them. I had like 10 of them. I loved yeah. I actually I had some of the rarest ones, the golden ones. And what happened is that me and my sister were waiting for something, but we didn't have the key to the house, so we had to climb over the fence. And at some point I went back because I really wanted to get something, and my sister went back too. And long story short, the dolls were stolen and my sister was pissed at me. Rightfully so, but I was a child and oh my god, the amount of guilt. But I had webkins and that's what kind of got me into stuff on computer. And then of course we had the Mugabe stuff. I think that's only a Hebrew thing. Um and then Mimic, I think was it? Micmac? I'm not sure. But it's also like a kind of webkins kind of thing that you could buy. Both of them are. You can buy like those plushies, and one of them had actually a coffee shop open in the theme of it that you could buy dolls. But yeah, I think that's what. I think those were technically my first games. I used to play mini games all the time. I only had three: a wolf, eagle, and Jinjo. Mugabe, Micmac, Echo, Echo Loco. Oh my god. Those were my childhood. Yeah. I forgot about that one. Oh my god. How does it look now? Oh my god, do you guys want to meet up in there? What was it on? Poptropia as well. Very fun. Though I think I didn't get the concept. I don't remember if you actually have to make an account or everything gets restarted. But Poptropia was really fun, really cool. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much all of those games are summed up to Club Penguin vibe. But I don't know if Club Penguin had any dolls. But yeah, all of those were so good. Now I want to play them. Now I want to open up an account and play. Oh. I doubt that the servers are still up. Oh, you think they're not? God, I used to have so much stuff in most of them. They are checked. Beep beep. I feel like it was fun. Yeah, I think that the servers are running, they're just not as popular. Yeah. Oh my god. Let's meet up in God, I think wait. Which was it? I think that Mugabe might be the one that I had like really fancy stuff in. I played a Momo. I don't think Mugabe is the thing. Did you have the weird submarine? I'm not sure. I remember having like a really rare pet, like one that you only unlock if you paid the subscription or something like that. Apparently there's a return. I think they are gonna try to remake it. That's what I'm getting on the news here. They're remodeling it, maybe. The Magic Bomba game. Oh my god. I remember that. I think only my friend had it. I never had it myself. And I was never allowed to play it because my back then friends were not really nice. Wait, there's actually like news about Mugabe becoming a thing. What is this? Interesting. Very interesting. Let me search by that. interesting. Then how much time you have spent on it? I used to play it with Mama game back then. It was always a card. Oh yeah. I'm sure I had like 50 hours. What else? Maple Story was a classic. MU. Swords and Sandals. I never played Maple Story. I didn't get the hype, to be honest. I remember all the games and then name them. Alright. Name them right now. Do it. Roller Coaster Tycoon, come on. It's not even worth the cat. Oh, there's so much though. I do know that Pop Tycoon, I think it is, or something like that. Oh, I remember Frib, yeah. I remember we were it was everyone would put it up on computer class, and then everyone would select the same game and it would start at the same time, and then there would be a competition. I always beat the boys. I was so proud of it. There was specifically a game where you're playing the dude that runs away from a ball, and we would do competitions. Like we all had to go through the same line, like through the same technical countries, and then I would just beat him, and it was like, suck it. Holding game, okay, not one. God, wait, is this still running? Oh yeah, it is. Jesus Christ. So many memories. Oh my god, yeah. Lava Boy and Fire Girl. I remember that one. What else? There was another one. That you had a city and a house, and you were a girl in it, and you like, it was like, oh my god. Adam and Eve. Are we guys having a playthrough right now? There's so many games here that I remember playing. The Milk Quest. Oh my god, this is such a childhood. There's so many childhood games that I completely forgot about. Oh god. This is surreal. I forgot those existed. Oh god. We need a nostalgia game stream. Fine. You gave me literally a page that has all of the nostalgia games I ever need. Oh, Little Wheel. I remember so many of those. Better go to bed. Good night. Sleep well, lab. Thank you for watching. Bye bye. Jeez. I can't believe there's so many games. And it's funny because some of them are multiplayer, but because online gaming wasn't a thing technically, there are games that like one player plays with the wasp and one is playing with the arrows. And so you can technically play both if you wanna. Oh god. You just brought back so many memories. They changed the layout though of the game. Was it like jam games or website games? Website. So much nostalgia in one side. It's surreal. um God. There was so many sites that I used to remember that were like solely to play games like this. Honestly, well, I don't know anything about them. Oh. Oh, it's sad that they changed the layout of this because it had such a cool layout. Like all the games would be just little cubes, and you would randomly like find a really cool game, and then you have to remember the thumbnail of it. Yo, memories of sitting on the PC with my sister playing for hours. I know, and my sister is so bad at games, so she would get so annoyed, and when it was very late, or like when she was stuck in a level or something, I had to be like, fine, I'll do it. And so I would just take control over her character. I was never into website games, to be honest. I had enough playing on single, especially in that time frame. I guess it was more of an appropriate thing for us because we did it in school. We had a computers class and we were allowed to go on the internet when we were done with our assignment. So everyone would be finished the assignment really quick, and then we would just all collectively would go on those sites. Oh, the memories. Here, I found it. It's Power I'm not sure, but I found the game, the one that I was talking about. I don't think I'm any good at it right now. It was such a like, it had so many weird controls in physics. I had to master them. Pee. Pee for me. Huh? Bum, 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 bum. Yippee! Depresso. Sad we can't forever still children. There was a game in which you play a purple ball with and walk your feelings. Wait, are you sure it was a purple guy? I remember the red one, the one with the smiley, and you just had to roll around and avoid obstacle. I'm sure you'll find some of their nostalgia games. Could be. There's a lot of games though that. Oh my god, Home Sheep. I love that one too. It's so funny though. A lot of those like, puzzle games I would go through really fast and then I would get stuck so badly. Then I'm like, maybe I'm just stupid enough. I'll come back when I'm an adult. And I never did. It's very so much memory just looking at all those. Some of them I like. There's one here that I was just thinking about. before, like a few weeks back, and I can't believe it's here. Beep beep. Well, we have a stream idea now. Ah, depresso. Very depresso. If only we could stay in little times with little responsibilities. Oh my god, I have a shirt coming in as well. Kinda miss those times too. Depresso. It's fine. We can reminisce so much as we want. It's not gonna make them, you know, not gonna make them become ill. Also, content is no longer available. Fuck you. Let me. Wait, what do you mean I have a way. I have a shirt that is. I ordered it way back when it was on pre-order, and I was fangirling about it so much, and now I got confirmed. Like it was confirmed that I'm getting it, and I'm so happy. I want to show it, but it's a bit of a lewd shirt. Well, not really. I just like that fashion. So if anyone making that claim, I'm gonna send a cat on you. But yeah, one sec. I'm gonna load the game. Not the game. The image of the thing. This is the shirt. It's not me, by the way. It's of course the model of the shirt or whatever. But I'm so excited to get it. I literally cannot wait. I also have something in the post office I'm gonna get tomorrow. So I'm excited for that too. I don't remember what it is. It is very good. It's so fashionable too. Oh, I love the little sleeves. You see the kind of curls on the end there. Very excited. Very, very, very much. It's really good shirt. I don't think it's lit at all. I'm really happy. I got it. I'm so happy. It's also like an actual thing that got founded, because I think when I paid for the pre-order, it was more of a interest check, so it's good. There's a lot of I think, or maybe no, never mind. I think that's the only thing I actually like pre-ordered, but there's a lot of stuff I'm still waiting for. Hopefully will come sometime soon. Yeah, main things came. The shirt is on the way. I don't remember what's in the post office, honestly. I hope it's the gloves, the new drawing gloves that I ordered a while back, but we'll see. Why does this song feel more like a like, I don't know, you went into a dream, but it's so surreal you actually believe it? By the way, I saw you guys started a new D&D. We did. We had our first session, and we have our next one next Saturday, like the one that is coming up. Not today, of course. Are you interested in joining? Yeah. Like, huh? I'm pretty sure my character gonna mix things up. Oh, interesting. Like, oh wait, I've been working on more maps during the stream. Yay, I'd love to. Feel free to. Dan is our DM. He's actually the one in chat. You're more than free to welcome to join, of course. You don't need any requirements. If you're a new player, that's also fine. We have a few new players. It's mostly me and Ilo that have some experience in D&D. Of course, Ilo and Dan more than me. But I don't think I should. It's okay. You can also be a one-time player. If you only feel like playing once. Or just testing things out. Things I mentioned, few characters are striking my button. Well, I'll have fun watching. Well, also, I know Lion is gonna try to watch. Like, she wants to lurk instead of being a character. But yeah, you can 100% watch. No problem there. God, I follow so many like shops that make custom stuff. Like, you know, they design on stuff and then they see an interest check. And oh my god, this one shop posts so many designs, but so little of them actually get into the interest check. And it's so annoying. I'm so scared. I wish I had money just to spend on this, but I probably shouldn't. And if I do have money, I don't think it's smart to spend it all on clothing. You want to try to just hop in. If I guess not for you, I think it will be. I don't think it will be. Yeah, no, it's fine. Dan said multiple times that he's completely fine with people lurking. I still have not finished working on my on the D&D sketch that I was working on last time. Okay, we are considered a lot if it comes to time. Huh? Constricted? Huh? You can join us like during the session. Blind too. It's also sucks since the hero has the problem with his work hours, and then Mako is already waking up way too early for it. think I'm gonna be just like, yeah, feel free to. No pressure. And it's always the worst making thing. Yeah. Really appreciate the offer though. Oh, no problem. I'm not the one behind it. I don't remember who dropped the idea, but wait, I think I actually mentioned D&D, and then I mentioned the possibility of starting one, and then Dan took on the DM role, so he's the one doing most of the job. Okay, so Dan dropped it, and then we just started it. That's many is like as we play. Yeah. Oh my god, there is this game that is called Spirit Seeding, which is pretty much a lo-fi game that helps you focus. No easy task. Yeah, yes, prepare a lot. But the game looks so fun, but I just don't see myself using it, and it's so annoying. Because I want to, but I don't know if I should spend the money on it. You know? But it's fine. I just all support from the what is it? The stands. It's so nice though. I need to find my books, by the way. I know everything about it. It's still not on that thing. That's okay. I mean, you have still time. Might be helpful, but you have work to do. True. Oh, beautiful. The music became so ominous. For real. Idea. I just go color my hair. Who needs? What is self-control? I have free will. I can do it. Watch me. Oh, look what I can do. I was trying to figure this out. Oh, what's up, guys? New VTuber design drop. Startled me a little. Oh, I'm so sorry. How do you do that? VTuber Studios has a effects in it, so I just enabled that. And then this one is camera distortion, I think. This one is, yeah, lens distortion. Never seen it features before. Yeah, I really needed to search for it. I'm just a hello little guy. We're on acid, guys. Wait, I think I can make this better. Oh, wait. Oh no, we're not gonna do that. Wait, no. Let's cancel this. What is this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm drowning. Oh no. The ripples of reality. We're breaking them. It's okay. It's safe under the water, guys. I swear. Come in. Come in, please. Save me, please. I look like I've been beaten and thrown underwater. Let's see. What is this? Oh. I'm going back in time. Turn this all. We're becoming a poor quality VTuber now. This is peak content. Oh my god, I look so trippy. What the hell? Yo, I turned that one off. Let's see. There's so many actually in here. I don't really get to play with them. Oh my god. Oh my god. What happened to me? Don't worry about it. This is all an illusion. You were dreaming all of this time. Nothing is real. It's just a myth, guys. Reality is fake. So Am I gonna I have no clue what you're talking about. We're playing a horror game. Peekaboo. I'm gonna look at how weird my cheek. I look like I've been beaten up. Cute, thanks. Thank you. Wait, let me turn that off. I'm so special. We're back. Pop demo. I'm back. We can have really cool effects actually. Let me get back to that. There's some really freaking awesome ones. There's this one. Oh my god. Hello. And there's also this one. I can of course change the colors and everything. I'm back. Nice effect. Welcome back. What did I miss? Oh, you don't want to know. Nothing. Everything was completely fine and normal. Right, guys? Right. Oh, the music fits perfectly with my shooting game. Oh. We're gonna enter the Twilight Zone. No, I want to know. Nothing. You missed nothing. Don't worry about it. Looks nice. Yeah. If only the background would have gotten darker, that would have been nice too. Nice. Love. Wait, like this. Like this. I love missing. I didn't know there was this feature in YouTube Studios until people started talking about it more. Need some cyanide background with this. Maybe I could, maybe, let's see. And then me just hit the spot too. That's good enough, isn't it? Very shiny. Also, welcome back, Kila. I forgot to say that. Hey, I have a telescope that I never had a chance to use. Whenever there is something interesting happening, it's either clouded, some desert, or cold as well. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. You know what I want? I've been craving sushi. I really want sushi. I just noticed you have a heart on your shirt, just like the one you. I do. I forgot. Yeah, I have a heart in the shirt and I have hearts in my face. Oh, music just purrs. But yeah, sushi. I really want sushi. I was thinking of maybe making sushi or any other, rice Japanese dish. But so little motivation. Hard eyes? Please. Oh no, wrong one. Oh wow. Yeah, I would eat sushi, yeah. I would also. I love I don't know why, but I love sushi so much. Especially with salmon, and if it has like any kind of soft cheese, like maybe fuck, how do I say that? Um I forgot. Um God damn it, I forgot the cheese. No, it's not really cheese, but it's like kind of sour cream. Oh, that awesome. Very good. Okay, my next mentor is play sushi. Good, good, good. God, I'm I'm kind of happy Passover is gonna be done soon because Jesus, I have not. Well, I've been kind of staying away from even thinking about ordering just because Passover stuff usually is very bad. I'm ready to know about the hard eyes. Quite nice you seem to gain them after a while. Yeah. We have the hard eyes and we have well the crying expression. Very bright though. And we have the spark. And of course I love my expressions so much. And I don't care if I would have to eat beans and mac for the rest of the month, but it would have been worth it. Spooked. They are lovely. Thank you. But yeah, please spend your money responsibly. Depression. Money sucks. Don't worry, I won't go hungry. That's good. That's good. We're responsible with money. While we cry inside. Hollow Night music. My Dinky Books came today. Nice. It's so much nicer to have the book because it has written explanation, and I love that so much. Have you looked into it? Looked at the pages that we had yesterday. I think it was page 58. Or 52, I don't remember. Okay, they're still foiled. Gonna do it tomorrow. Shame. Wait, did you get the little poster thingies, like the one with the hiragana, katakana, and then useful info, like the leaflets? I guess it's better to say leaflets because they're small. If you could scan the get paid with... Oh, right. Thank you. Oh wait, I think I already sent it. I sent the homework to Dan. Well, not to Dan, just in the channel. I sent it in a channel. I got the really big. Yeah. Good. Sorry, I missed that. Oh no, it's okay. Good to remember or remind me as well, because who knows what I did or when I didn't. This is so wholesome. Huh? What is? It's so much more fun to just have the books, to be honest. So it makes it a bit more bearable to study. Yeah, the learning together. Yeah, we're learning Japanese together in the server as well. We had a lesson yesterday, and Mako is our teacher, and I got my books last week, and you look at his today, and Dan is also a part of the lesson. I was always the book guy. I was okay with them sending us, scanning the pages or whatever, but with this case, it's much easier to just have the book yourself. Just because it's also very complicated, and like that, you can go back if you are struggling or didn't really understand the lesson. At least it's written. I just love the feel of new book in your hand. Yeah, it's very nice. Very good, very nice. Very chill. Gotta remember to do the homework. I think this time we only got 1 page of homework instead of 2, which is also nice. I have reader, but I don't use it too much, to be honest. I don't have the feeling that books maybe. How far did you get? We're on our 4th lesson. Yesterday was our 4th. So we learned about the here, there, over there kind of stuff. And then we learned about the I think the ma or mo, like if you add mo, technically it's a 2, and then how to make a subject, I think, negative. I'm not sure. I'm so much. Yeah, last bit was 1 negatives. Yeah, we are totally if it comes to the P. Yeah. We're still even learning hiragana. We're using the charts to read. Oh Oh my god, make sure to in the, I think it's the workbook, not the actual book, but look at the hiragana at the first page, and it should be the one that you can rip off and then make into little cards. I like that. I should do that. Name songs. Hey. Last video, last stream, the one that I used, the non-copyright Twitch stream or whatever, it got striked, but like not copyright strike, but it just blocked it in Russia. So that's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Don't question me on it. I don't have a strike on my channel. It's just restricted it in Russia, and only in Russia. So yeah, and then when I use this playlist, I don't think I got any restrictions. So yippee. Okay, that's right. But on the other hand, Russia is a bit aware right now. Yeah, understandable. Oh, wait. God damn it! Wait. I hate the fact that all of my friends stream on other platforms. PC. 1 sec. Let me check. Bruh. 1 sec. I need to scout, see if it's actually live or not. One question. Did you check the game? I did not. I'm sorry. I did not. I had to deal with the thing, you know? And then, I just forgot, to be honest. So I do need to look into it. Oh, he is live. Oh, I mean, I can't redirect to Twitch, but I could send the link to the stream and just tell you guys to go there. Okay, this, no, copy URL. There we go. Paste. Okay, so well, Gaz is live now. Here's the link to him. Send link, I'll check. Yeah, Gaz. Gaz is live. He's doing some art practice. He's been trying to he did not draw before at all, and he's been making a lot of improvements. So yeah, go watch him. He's very entertaining. Damn, I was supposed to visit him today. Yeah. Yeah, so go watch Dan now. Not Dan, oh my god. Well, Dan when he's streaming, but don't go watch Gaz now. Do it right now. Since I'm probably gonna end stream now. Let's show some support. Yeah, watch me. Okay, good. So treat this as a redirection to Dan. And oh my god, when do I say Dan? To Gaz, not Dan. Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys for chatting with me and making it very interesting. I'll see you next time. I'll post a schedule probably tomorrow-ish, Monday-ish. Yeah, 100%. But yeah, thank you so much for hanging with me. And go make sure to watch Gaz now. Do it. I dare ya. Do it. Thank you. Bye-bye everyone. Sleep well. Have a good night, day, or evening. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.